Chapter 98. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Pei San, the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, had an arm chopped off by him. Unexpectedly, the news had already spread by now. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. There was no such thing as an absolute secret in this world, not to mention such explosive news. Before long, the waiter served the dishes and wine. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 chatted as they ate. "I've heard of Pei San, the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Supposedly, he broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage before the age of 17 and is a famous young genius in Swallow Mountain County." Meng Quan's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. Since the arm he used to execute martial skills was crippled, his life can be considered to be completely ruined. Xiao Yu said. "Doesn't he still have the other arm?" Meng Quan was stunned. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. Meng Quan was puzzled as he looked at the violet-clothed youth across the table. "Duan Lingtian, what does Xiao Yu mean by this?" Meng Quan. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan and smiled. "Which hand are you good at using to execute martial skills?" "Of course it's my right hand," Meng Quan said bluntly. "Then which hand do you usually use when eating, holding chopsticks, or writing?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "My right hand as well, I've been used to it since I was young." Meng Quan didn't think before directly replying. "Then that's right. For example, if your right hand was crippled and you were unable to execute martial skills, how long would it take for you to completely replace your right hand with your left hand?" Duan Lingtian asked again. At this moment, Meng Quan seemed to have completely understood. A person's life was only a few tens of years. That Pei San, with his most important arm crippled, if he wanted to once again use his other hand to cultivate martial skills, or even change to a leg technique martial skill, he would surely have to spend an extremely large amount of time. In this way, the improvement of his cultivation base would be delayed. As time passed, even his peers who were slightly less talented than him in the past would leave him in the dust. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. I don't know who was so ruthless, cutting off Pei San's arm with one strike. That's the son of our Swallow Mountain County's governor. If he's found out, I'm afraid he'll die without a burial place. Xiao Yu didn't think much of it. It's been so long and I haven't heard that the county governor's manor has found the culprit. I guess they can't find him. That's true. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and ate his food unhurriedly. It was as if the conversation between Meng Quan and Xiao Yu had nothing to do with him. However, Duan Lingtian, you were really ruthless just now. Those 4 people from the Yu clan were directly sent flying by you. I'm afraid this matter will spread throughout Iron Blood City not long after. At that time, the Yu clan will really lose face." Xiao Yu glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head with a smile. "Even if they lose face, it's because they brought it upon themselves. There are so many people eating in the restaurant, but they just had to target our table." Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes with an indifferent expression. "The Yu clan won't find trouble with us, right?" Meng Quan was slightly worried. "Meng Quan, you're worrying too much. Even if the Yu clan wants to find trouble with us, it would be a year later. The strength of the people from the Yu clan isn't bad and should be able to enter the genius camp. At that time, it's hard to say if they'll even be able to survive." As Xiao Yu finished speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly twitched. He felt a trace of genuine killing intent from Xiao Yu's body. This was something that none of the young martial artists he'd encountered in the past had. Obviously, Xiao Yu had killed people before, moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the restaurant. However, they were deeply remembered by the group of young geniuses in the restaurant. Especially Duan Lingtian. A 16 or 17-year-old 4th-level core formation martial artist. It was difficult for them not to remember him. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked around Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn to rest. Tomorrow, they would head to the Iron Blood Army's camp to register. Tonight, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate. He lay on the bed and recalled his experiences in the past year. He couldn't help but sigh. Now, I can be considered to have completely integrated into this world. A warm smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He thought of his mother, Li Ro, thought of Ke, thought of Li Fei. They were the people he cared about the most in this world. For them, he was willing to go against the entire world. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep. He had a very long dream. In the dream, he was entangled with Ke and little Fei, and then had many, many children, when his 9th child was born. Duan Lingtian. A voice that was like muffled thunder startled Duan Lingtian awake. F***K. Meng Quan, you've disturbed my beautiful dream. Duan Lingtian casually washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room as he cursed. Meng Quan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Let's go register. At this time, Xiao Yu also came out. The east side of Iron Blood City had been divided into a vast area. This was the Iron Blood Army's camp. Now, at the entrance of the Iron Blood Army's camp, there were many lines like a long dragon. One by one, the youths lined up neatly. We're still too late. Meng Quan could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the dense mass of troops. It doesn't matter if we're late, as long as someone didn't come late. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both puzzled. Let's go, someone has saved a spot for us. Duan Lingtian brought along Xiao Yu and Li Wuyo as he took the lead and squeezed his way to the front of the group. Hey! Have some manners, line up. Shame on you for cutting the line. Kid, I'm talking to you. Immediately, the group of youths, who were sweating profusely because of the line, couldn't help but shout at Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both a little embarrassed. Duan Lingtian, let's line up. Meng Quan said in a low voice. Duan Lingtian ignored Meng Quan, and instead looked at the few people who were shouting. He frowned and said, What are you shouting for? Which eye of yours saw me cutting the line? We came early in the morning, and our companions are still saving a spot for us. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of people who were shouting quieted down, but they looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both dumbfounded. Companions? How come they didn't know that they had companions? Hey! Brothers, thank you for helping us line up and save a spot, lunch is on me. At this time, Duan Lingtian had already reached the front of the line, and slapped the grey-clothed youth on the shoulder. Which bastard touched the grey-clothed youth shouted, but when he saw Duan Lingtian, he forcefully swallowed the word, bastard, back down his throat. You, brothers, thank you for your hard work. Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes, and smiled as he interrupted the grey-clothed youth's words, then looked at the 3 youths behind him and nodded. He seemed kind, but in Duan Lingtian's eyes, there was a trace of threat. These 4 youths were none other than the 4 Yu family youths who were taught a lesson by Duan Lingtian at the restaurant yesterday evening. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan finally reacted, and secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Just like this, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 successfully cut the queue. The surrounding youths who were eyeing the grey-clothed youth saw no reaction, and naturally thought that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were with him. Of course, there were also some youths who happened to be eating at the restaurant yesterday who recognized Duan Lingtian and the grey-clothed youth. But they didn't say anything. They had all seen Duan Lingtian's strength, and were afraid of getting into trouble. The grey-clothed youth's face was flushed red, and his heart was trembling. Motherf *Ker. Did I offend Taisui these 2 days? Why do I have to meet this fiend wherever I go? It's fine that I lost face at the restaurant yesterday, but this morning when I came to line up, he still cut the queue. But he didn't dare to say anything. Or else, he could imagine that his end would be even worse than yesterday. Yu Shao, this guy is too much. The three youths behind the gray-clothed youth were filled with righteous indignation, but they only dared to use a mosquito-like voice to speak. Then what do you think we should do? Why don't you chase him away? Yu Shao rolled his eyes at his three companions. When the three youths heard this, they immediately acted as if they didn't hear anything. They looked left and right, maintaining their silence. After a while, it was Duan Lingtian and the other two's turn. After filling in the simple registration information, the three of them each received a number plate. Duan Lingtian's was number 137. Xiao Yu's was number 138. Meng Quan's was number 139. Before noon tomorrow, use your number plates to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp and participate in the test. Once you pass the test, you will be a member of the Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army soldier wearing light armor had a cold expression. Duan Lingtian and the other two nodded and turned around, preparing to leave. Thanks, brother. In view of our fate, I will definitely treat you to tea when I have time. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian patted the shoulder of the gray-clothed youth and grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. Also, your name is not bad. Yu Shao. Just hearing it, I know it's an extraordinary name. I've learned some divination. Believe me, you will definitely be an extraordinary person in the future. It was very obvious that Duan Lingtian had heard the conversation between Yu Shao and his three companions. The corners of Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's mouths twitched, and they forcefully held back their laughter. Yu Xiao's face darkened. This fiend, what does he want to do? Okay, brother, quickly go get your number plate. Otherwise, Big Brother Soldier will be unhappy. Duan Lingtian smiled and patted Yu Xiao's shoulder as he slowly said. After finishing speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other two walked out. At this moment, the four of you are together. The face of the young soldier from the Iron Blood Army sank as he asked Yu Shao and the three people behind him. Yes, Big Brother Soldier. Yu Shao hurriedly nodded his head. Although he was a disciple of the County City's Yu clan, the might of the Iron Blood Army shook the world. The soldiers within the Iron Blood Army were said to be vicious and merciless, so he didn't dare be presumptuous. The three people in front of you have already gotten their number plates a while ago. You only came over now. Are you intentionally making me wait and making me look bad? The soldier from the Iron Blood Army seemed to have transformed into an angry King Kong as he shouted in a low voice. No, no, Yu Shao hurriedly waved his hand. Humph. Since the four of you are delaying the time of the people behind you. Now, scram to the back of the line and line up again. Chapter 99. Big Brother Soldier, it's not my fault, it's all. Yu Shao still wanted to argue. Get lost. The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sank as he roared. The terrifying murderous aura from the battlefield enveloped Yu Shao's body, pressuring Yu Shao to the point that his face was deathly pale. Yu Shao and the other three could only run to the end of the line and line up again. Suddenly, there was a burst of mocking laughter around them. Hey, brother, how can you make Big Brother Soldier wait? It's not easy for Big Brother Soldier, so many people want to sign up, it's very hard for him, you should be considerate. Perhaps it was intentional. Duan Lingtian waited at the end of the line, looked at Yu Shao, shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. Yu Xiao's face turned red, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Brat, I will definitely not let you go. Brother, it's bad for your body to be angry. When you finish the line, remember to drink more water. Duan Lingtian grinned, and immediately left with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. Ha 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 ha, Meng Quan was the first one who couldn't hold it in, and laughed wantonly. Xiao Yu also laughed. Duan Lingtian, you did it on purpose, right? Before leaving, you didn't forget to trick Yu Shao, you're too ruthless. Meng Quan once again gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. I really didn't know that you were so good at teasing people. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Cough cough, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Duan Lingtian coughed twice, and asked seriously. Yes. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both nodded in tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian's smile completely froze. Let's go, while it's still early, let's eat breakfast. With an awkward smile, Duan Lingtian changed the topic. The three of them were in a good mood and enjoyed the meal. For the rest of the day, they walked around Iron Blood City. In the evening, they returned to the inn after dinner. He was waiting for tomorrow's assessment. That night, Duan Lingtian consumed the origin-increasing pill and calmly cultivated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form. The Raging Python transformation was different from the Spirit Serpent transformation. If the Spirit Snake transformation focused on cultivating the body to be as flexible as a Spirit Snake, the Raging Python transformation, on the other hand, allowed the fleshly body to possess the power of a Raging Python. Just like how Duan Lingtian taught the 4 youths of the Yu family a lesson yesterday, a seemingly casual flick of his arm contained the strength of a wild python, as if a wild python was whipping its tail to attack. It could be considered a group attack. It was different from the finishing touch. The finishing touch of the dragon was evolved from the cloud-piercing finger cultivated by the rebirth martial emperor, and it was an extremely strong single-target attack technique. The Raging Python form gives me strength. Although it's not a martial skill, its power isn't inferior to a martial skill. It's similar to a demonic beast's attack. I have a feeling that once I cultivate the Raging Python form to the end, its power won't be inferior to a high-grade profound level martial skill at the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with motivation as he cultivated the mental cultivation method of the Raging Python form even more assiduously. He cultivated until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. The next day. Because they were only required to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp before noon, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 slept until late in the morning. They were mentally prepared. Once they became a member of the Genius Camp, they probably wouldn't have the chance to sleep in anymore. After eating breakfast, the 3 of them unhurriedly walked towards the Iron Blood Army's camp. When they arrived at the entrance of the camp and showed their number plates, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 walked in. What entered their eyes was a spacious drill ground. The drill ground was surrounded by people, all of whom were youths below the age of 19. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 stood at the side. They were waiting for noon to arrive. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression, then looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked. He saw the 4 youths from the Yu clan of the county city appear again. This time, there was one more person among them. Yu Xiao and the other 3 were now following behind this person, respectful and reverent. This was a youth around the age of 18. He was wearing black clothes with gold trimmings, and his face had a cold and unyielding expression. He was practically a replica of Xiao Yu. Yu Xiao also saw Duan Lingtian. His expression changed, then he seemed to whisper something to the black-clothed youth in the lead. The black-clothed youth frowned as he heard what was said. His sharp gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he walked towards Duan Lingtian. So it's you. Not only did you injure my Yu clan's people, you also repeatedly teased them. The black-clothed youth approached menacingly. His gaze was cold as if he was about to swallow someone whole. Whoosh! Above the black-clothed youth, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions changed. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised as he was slightly surprised. He was still thinking that the Yu clan was one of the 5 great clans of the county city. Logically speaking, it was impossible for only Yu Xiao's group of 4 to come. Amongst Yu Xiao's group of 4, Yu Xiao was the strongest. But he was still far from being a match for Xiao Yu. Although they were both at the third level of the core formation stage, Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension completely crushed him, so it turned out that the black-clothed youth before him was the true genius of the Yu clan. 18 years old, fourth level of the core formation stage. His natural talent could be considered to be not bad. At this moment, the surrounding youths that noticed the commotion gathered over to join in the fun. It's Yu Xiang, the number 1 youth of the county city's Yu clan. Supposedly, amongst the county city's youths, this Yu Xiang's strength is ranked second, only below the Tan clan's Tan Rui. Exactly. Although Yu Xiang is also a 4th level core formation martial artist like Tan Rui, his martial skill is inferior to Tan Rui's, but there isn't much of a difference. Who's this violet-clothed youth? He actually dares to offend Yu Xiang. I recognize him. He beat up the other 4 members of the Yu clan at dusk 2 days ago. So that's how it is. Looks like Yu Xiang is standing up for them. Some of the youths discussed animatedly. Exactly. I did injure them, but they were the ones who caused trouble first. As for playing tricks on them, I wonder where that came from. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Yu Xiang. He heard the surrounding discussions as well. He never imagined that this Yu Xiang was actually the number 2 youth of the county city. You caused us to line up again, isn't this playing tricks on us? Yu Xiao's face flushed red as he roared. What does it have to do with me if you line up again? You should go look for that soldier, right? Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. The 3 of you, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then I'll let this matter pass. Yu Xiang's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Although he found out from Yu Xiao that this violet-clothed youth was a 6th level core formation martial artist. But as far as he was concerned, how could a 16 or 17-year-old kid compare to him in terms of combat experience and martial skill? Meng Quan's face went grim, and under his rage, even his breathing became hurried. Xiao Yu's cold face also had a trace of coldness. Haha, Duan Lingtian laughed as he took a step forward and looked straight at Yu Xiang without fear. The 4 of you, kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Maybe I'll let bygones be bygones and forgive you. As he finished speaking, a strand of bloody killing intent extended out from Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Xiang's face went grim when he was attacked by the killing intent. What are you all doing? Just at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. A robust Iron Blood Army general walked into the crowd in large strides, and after understanding the sequence of events, his face sank. Today is the day of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test. If anyone dares cause a conflict before the test, they will be directly disqualified. The robust general shouted in a low voice. My brother is your Iron Blood Army centurion, Yu Hong. Yu Xiang looked at the robust general and his eyes flickered. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's faces were unsightly as well. This Yu Xiang's brother was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian could be unafraid of Yu Xiang, but he had no choice but to fear Yu Xiang's brother, who was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army. At the same time, the crowd was restless. I remember now. Yu Xiang's brother, Yu Hong, entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp 7 years ago. Later on, no one heard of him entering Paladin Academy, and many people thought he died. Who would have thought that he stayed in the Iron Blood Army and even became a centurion? A 25-year-old centurion. Truly extraordinary. No wonder I heard that Yu Xiang didn't even line up to register for the Genius Camp test this time. So his brother had already made arrangements for him. His brother is a centurion of the Iron Blood Army, so he still has this bit of privilege. F***K. This Yu Xiang has the care of his brother, Yu Hong, during the Genius Camp training, so wouldn't he similarly have the privilege to smoothly pass? It's good to have a brother that's a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. In my opinion, this Yu Xiang doesn't even need to come. At that time, he can just ask his brother to give him a spot to enter Paladin Academy. All the youths discussed animatedly, and all of them pointed their spears at Yu Xiang. The robust general's face went grim when he saw the situation going out of control. After glaring at Yu Xiang, he said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. The training of our Iron Blood Army's genius camp is equal to everyone. Moreover, if it's a general with a relative in the genius camp, then he can't interfere in the genius camp's training as he has to avoid arousing suspicion. Our Iron Blood Army has strict rules regarding this, and if someone violates them, then the general will punish them according to law." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Xiang with a fierce gaze. "I don't care if your brother is a centurion of our Iron Blood Army or not. Since you're standing here today, then you have to abide by the rules of the Iron Blood Army. Otherwise, I'll revoke your qualifications to participate in the test." The robust general's voice was like a clap of thunder as it spread out. For a moment, many youths' expressions calmed down slightly. "You're just a decurion, yet you dare not take my brother seriously." Yu Xiang's face sank, and his gaze went cold. The Iron Blood Army's military law is like a mountain. Even if a centurion makes a mistake, he'll be punished the same as a soldier. The robust general spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Good. Good job, Lord Decurion." Many youths couldn't help but praise. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust general as well. He was able to discern that this was a man of character, and there was no falsehood in his words. "Good, good." Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly as he stared at the robust general. "What's your name? I'll have to remember it properly and make my brother remember you properly as well." "Do you need to make your brother remember me properly as well?" Chapter 100. As the voice sounded out, the crowd automatically opened up a path. A dignified middle-aged man wearing exquisite armor slowly walked into the crowd under the escort of two generals. His gaze fell upon Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang's expression changed. "Greetings to the vice commander, greetings to the two Kiliarchs." The sturdy general respectfully bowed towards the three people. "Vice commander, Kiliarchs." The surrounding youths, including the unsightly Yu Xiang, all respectfully bowed. Only a purple-clothed youth stood there, unmoved. "Why aren't you bowing?" The dignified middle-aged man, who was the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, deeply looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth curled into a cold smile, feeling that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. "I'm not a member of the Iron Blood Army now, why should I bow to you?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "How dare you?" The expressions of the two Kiliarchs behind the vice commander changed as they shouted out explosively. Instantly, two dense killing auras enveloped Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to subdue Duan Lingtian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood where he was, unmoved. The expressions of the two Kiliarchs froze, their faces full of surprise. Was this really a 16 or 17-year-old youth? He actually ignored the killing aura that they had developed from slaughtering on the battlefield. If they knew what Duan Lingtian did in his previous life, perhaps they wouldn't be so surprised. The vice commander looked deeply at Duan Lingtian, and asked with interest, "What's the reason behind this? They're not members of the Iron Blood Army, why should they bow to us?" "Them?" Duan Lingtian swept the surrounding youths with his gaze, and slowly said, "There are only 3 reasons why they bow to you. First, fear you. Second, admire you. Third, blindly follow the crowd. Fear? Respect? Follow the trend? Ha! Interesting, interesting. I have to say that your words have hit the nail on the head." The vice commander nodded, revealing a rare smile. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan heaved a sigh of relief. The expressions of Yu Xiang, Yu Xiao, and the rest of the Yu family youths were very ugly. "So, you're not afraid of us, you don't admire us, and you're not blindly following us, right?" The vice commander asked again. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. How dare you? The vice commander's expression suddenly changed as he let out a roar. An even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but this murderous aura also spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding youth's expressions to change. Even Yu Xiang's face turned red from the pressure. At this moment, apart from the two Kiliarchs, the Centurion, and the vice commander himself, there was only one person present who wasn't affected in the slightest. That person was Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the murderous aura. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. His expression was calm, as if even if Mpitai collapsed in front of him, his expression wouldn't change. Good. The vice commander suddenly smiled, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. Little guy, what's your name? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly moved. Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. Your name is crazy enough. You actually dare to stand above the heavens. The smile on the vice commander's face didn't stop, then he said, I'm the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, Xiao Qingshan, the person in charge of the Genius Camp exam this time. I hope you can smoothly pass the exam. I'm looking forward to your performance. I definitely won't disappoint Vice Commander Qiao. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, neither humble nor overbearing. The surrounding youths were all completely dumbstruck. When Duan Lingtian was debating with Vice Commander Qiao, they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. In the end, when they saw Duan Lingtian actually receive Vice Commander Qiao's special treatment, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If it was them, they would probably have been scared to the point of collapsing on the ground by Vice Commander Qiao. Duan Lingtian. They all deeply remembered this name. This youth that dared to confront the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, who had been through hundreds of battles, was bound to be engraved in their hearts. Yu Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. This fellow, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, revealing a trace of viciousness. Duan Lingtian frowned. This Yu Xiang really didn't know when to stop. Decurion Wang Mang, what you said earlier was very good. You didn't lose face for our Iron Blood Army. At this moment, Xiao Qingshan looked at the robust general and nodded. Lord Vice Commander, this is what I should do. Wang Mang straightened his body and spoke loudly. Very good. Wang Mang, from today onwards, you will replace Yu Hong and be promoted to Centurion. Yu Hong, for privately taking the test number plate for his younger brother and seeking personal gain for his younger brother, he will be demoted to Decurion. Xiao Qingshan's expression was calm as he slowly gave the order. Yu Xiang's expression changed greatly. He never imagined that he would actually indirectly harm his older brother. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with became even more vicious. As far as he was concerned, it was all because of Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, Wang Mang wouldn't have been attracted, and the matter wouldn't have developed to such an unmanageable extent. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Wang Mang revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and repeatedly thanked. This is what you deserve. Xiao Qingshan nodded. Seeing all this, a trace of a flowing light flashed past Duan Lingtian's eyes, and a trace of admiration arose in his heart. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. Duan Lingtian pays his respects to Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian bowed to Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan was dazed for a moment, then reacted and laughed. You little fellow, you're rather interesting. Quickly, Xiao Qingshan looked at Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang, originally I should have taken back the number plate in your hand and disqualified you from participating in the Genius Camp test. But since your older brother has already been punished, I'll let bygones be bygones. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Yu Xiang's heart was bitter, but he could only express his thanks. Alright, noon has arrived. The Genius Camp test officially begins. Xiao Qingshan's voice was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy and spread throughout the entire drill grounds. At the same time, he brought the two Kiliarchs and ascended the high platform in the center of the drill grounds. This year, Our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test will be different from the past. This year's test only has one word, and that is slaughter. Qiao Qingshan looked at the group of youths before him as he slowly spoke. Slaughter. Many youths had puzzled expressions. Slightly interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Xiao Yu's face was calm. Meng Quan's expression slightly changed as he asked, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, this slaughter wouldn't be referring to killing people, right? What, you've never killed anyone before? Duan Lingtian laughed as he asked. Of course not. Meng Quan shook his head. Then you have to learn properly today. Duan Lingtian laughed. You've killed someone before? Meng Quan stared. Is it very strange? Duan Lingtian was dazed. I just remembered that you're a freak. Xiao Yu, have you killed anyone before? Rolling his eyes at Duan Lingtian, Meng Quan looked at Xiao Yu. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded his head. Meng Quan bitterly smiled, oh no, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the exam. You rascal, the exam hasn't even started yet and you're already slacking off. If it were up to me, you might as well just give up and go home. Duan Lingtian unhappily said. No, I won't go back. I must pass the exam. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Quan seemed to have thought of something as his gaze suddenly became firm. This caused Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu to be somewhat surprised. It seemed that Meng Quan was also a person with a story. At this time, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, had already started to announce the rules of the exam. This year's exam emphasizes courage, strength, and teamwork. Those who participate in the assessment can participate alone, or with a trusted companion. Qiao Qingshan said until here. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other and smiled. Meng Quan, I plan to participate in the exam together with Xiao Yu. Do you want to come with us? Duan Lingtian asked. Thank you. I know you want to help me, but I still want to rely on myself. You can help me now, but you can't help me forever. A trace of gratitude flashed past Meng Quan's eyes as he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions. I believe you'll definitely pass the exam. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. That's right. In order to encourage you, Duan Lingtian and I will also face the exam alone. Xiao Yu also said. This time's exam will be carried out in a 1 versus 10 way. The opponent of each of you will be the 10 enemy soldiers captured by our Iron Blood Army on the battlefield. Kill 10 enemy soldiers and you'll be considered to have passed the exam. Qiao Qingshan said until here and paused for a moment. Instantly, the expressions of the group of youths on the drill grounds changed greatly. What kind of joke is this? Each of us has to face 10 enemy soldiers. Even if those soldiers are far inferior to the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood Army, no matter how weak they are, they will surely be existences at the 9th level of the body tempering stage or above. If there are some core formation martial artists mixed in, how will we deal with them? Yeah, this is simply a death exam. The entire drill grounds was in an uproar. Quiet. Qiao Qingshan's voice covered everyone's voices. Instantly, the drill grounds returned to its calm state. The enemy soldiers will arrange for each of you will be 6 at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, 3 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 1 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If 2 people participate in the exam together, then we'll arrange 12 at the 9th level of the core formation stage, 6 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 2 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If there are 3 people, then so on and so forth. If any of you don't dare, you can choose to withdraw now and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. As he finished speaking, Qiao Qingshan's voice became cold and indifferent. Now, I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. Qiao Qingshan added. Instantly, the drill grounds fell into chaos once again. 3 minutes passed, and only a mere 10 or so people left. The remaining youths numbered over 200 people. Only so few people left. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. Among the people standing here today, there are only a few people who think they're lucky after all. Most of them have the determination to risk their lives, so how could they easily withdraw from the exam? Duan Lingtian saw through everything and hit the nail on the head. These enemy soldiers' martial skills are surely far inferior to ours. But they've been on the battlefield and have experienced hundreds of battles. They view killing people as a game and can't be underestimated. Chapter 101. I understand. Meng Quan took a deep breath, his gaze firm. He knew clearly in his heart. These enemy kingdom soldiers that had experienced the baptism of the flames of war had already disregarded life and death from the moment they were captured. They would absolutely not show mercy when they attacked. He felt the pressure. But what he felt even more was battle intent. At this moment, the Iron Blood Army's vice-commander, Qiao Qing-shan, looked at the group of youths that chose to stay behind and said, "Very good, all of you didn't disappoint me. Since it's like this, I announce that the Genius Camp test officially begins." As soon as Qiao Qing-shan finished speaking, a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers escorted a group of enemy kingdom soldiers that were tied up and walked over in large strides, standing at the side of the drill grounds. They were vast and mighty, like a black cloud pressing down on a city. These enemy kingdom soldiers all had wooden expressions, without a trace of life. "Today, I'll give you captives a chance to live." 6 9th-level body tempering martial artists, 3 1st-level core formation martial artists, and 1 2nd-level core formation martial artist. If you can kill any one of them, then I'll return your freedom. Qiao Qing-shan extended his hand to point at the group of youths, and his gaze descended onto the over 2,000 enemy kingdom soldiers. In an instant, the spirits of these enemy kingdom soldiers that had ashen faces shook, and their eyes emitted yearning for life. Yearning for freedom. Their gazes then descended onto the group of youths on the other side of the drill grounds, and their eyes emitted bloodthirsty killing intent. Instantly, many of the youths in the group of youths went pale. When had they ever faced such a ferocious person? The gazes of these people simply wished for nothing more than to tear them apart. These enemy kingdom soldiers will surely fight to the death in order to survive. Duan Lingtian sighed. "Yeah, we absolutely can't slack off." Xiao Yu deeply agreed. "Number 1, step out." A captain behind Qiao Qing-shan stood out, and his gaze descended onto the group of youths. Instantly, a youth stepped out. The youth's face was pale, and his eyes emitted a trace of terror. Seeing the youth like this, the captain frowned and asked, "Are you going to take the test by yourself, or with your companions?" I'm taking the test with my companions." The youth was slightly flustered. At this moment, another 2 youths stepped out, and their expressions were unsightly as well. "Report your number." The captain's voice was cold and indifferent. A pen and paper appeared in his hand, and he started recording. "Number 2. Number 3. The 2 youths took a deep breath, reported their number plates, and stood together with the youth who came out first. "Release the 30 captives and enter the field." The Chiliarch looked at the enemy soldiers at the front of the line. After the 30 enemy soldiers were untied, they loosened their arms and legs as they stepped onto the field. Their faces revealed crazy and ferocious smiles. Their gazes landed on the 3 youths and flashed with a cold light. It was as if a pack of dogs had seen 3 meat bones. "Begin." As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking, the 30 enemy soldiers and the 3 youths moved. "Kill!" 30 enemy soldiers roared at the same time, their voices as loud as thunder. When the 3 youths heard this, their complexions changed greatly. Facing the 30 enemy soldiers who pounced on them like ferocious beasts, they were so scared that they were stunned. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they didn't move an inch. In an instant, the 3 youths were torn to pieces by the 30 enemy soldiers. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the entire drill ground. On one side of the drill ground, more than 90% of the youths were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some of them were even worse, vomiting out everything they had eaten in the morning. For a moment, the entire drill ground was filled with a strange smell, so smelly. The pale-faced Meng Quan pinched his nose. Xiao Yu frowned. Only Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest reaction. As a mercenary in his previous life, he had been through even worse environments. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. Send them out of the city, the Chiliarch said. Immediately, a group of Iron Blood soldiers stepped out of the line. Thank you, sir. The 30 enemy soldiers had expressions of ecstasy. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. When the remaining enemy soldiers saw that their 30 companions had regained their freedom so easily, their eyes lit up, and they longed to be able to enter the field as soon as possible. Now, they looked at the group of youths in the distance as if they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If you choose to join forces with your companions, the danger is even greater. 3 people against 30 enemy soldiers who have good teamwork. Even if you are strong, it will be difficult to defend against their siege. Some youths noticed that something was wrong. Some of the youths who originally planned to join forces with their companions all gave up on the idea of joining forces. Looks like I still have foresight. Meng Quan grinned. These enemy soldiers are too ferocious. I actually hope to join forces with you. Meng Quan, are you really confident? Duan Lingtian frowned. After interacting with each other for over a month, he had long since taken Meng Quan as a friend. I'll try my best. Meng Quan's eyes emitted battle intent. Number 4. At this moment, the Chiliarch spoke once more. This time, only one youth entered the field. After the 10 enemy soldiers were untied, they glared fiercely as they walked towards the youth. Begin. As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking. Whoosh! The youth moved, his entire body exploding with strength. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Second-level core formation martial artist. Needless to say, his movement technique was extremely ingenious and his speed was extremely fast. Even the second-level core formation martial artist with the fastest speed among the 10 enemy soldiers could only eat dust behind him. Surround him. In next to no time, the second-level core formation martial artist decisively spoke out. For a moment, the 10 enemy soldiers abruptly split up and surrounded the youth, causing him to have nowhere to hide. The youth's expression changed as he locked onto a 9th-level body tempering martial artist. His figure trembled as he pounced forward. Bang! Carrying the force of a thunderbolt, his origin energy skyrocketed as it smashed onto the martial artist's head, directly blasting it apart. His face was also splattered with brain matter. Good! Many of the spectating youths cheered out. But in the next moment, their voices abruptly stopped. After the youth in the field exploded the head of the Imperial soldier, he let out a sharp cry before violently vomiting. Obviously, it was his first time killing someone. In the next moment, he was killed by the other 9 enemy soldiers that pounced forward. The 9 enemy soldiers obtained their freedom. Needless to say, the example of a predecessor was undoubtedly the best lesson. After number 1 to number 13 were all killed, number 14, a second-level core formation martial artist, finally launched a counterattack and defeated the 10 enemy soldiers one by one, killing them all. Number 14, pass the test. Hearing the captain's words, the youth took a deep breath and walked out from the pile of corpses with a heavy expression. Next was number 15. After killing 6 enemy soldiers, he was completely exhausted and was killed by the other 4 enemy soldiers. The slaughter continued. Youths were killed one by one. Youths passed the test one by one. Later on, these young geniuses from all over Swallow Mountain County were almost numb to killing and were able to freely display their strength. More and more people passed the test. At this moment, the expressions of the enemy soldiers weren't very good. Looks like there are benefits to being at the back. Meng Quan looked at the number plate in his hand that was marked 139 and grinned. Number 100. As the captain spoke, a black figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost as it flashed into the field. It was precisely Yu Xiang. At the beginning, the 10 enemy soldiers were eyeing Yu Xiang covetously, but when they saw the strength of 6 ancient mammoths that appeared above Yu Xiang, they were all terrified. Fourth level of the core formation stage. These soldiers understood that if they didn't go all out, they would die without a doubt, so they all pounced towards Yu Xiang like madmen. But unfortunately, Yu Xiang just stood there, and they couldn't even break through Yu Xiang's defensive qi barrier. They were all killed by Yu Xiang one by one. Although this Yu Xiang is arrogant, he has some strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Up until now, Yu Xiang was the one that passed the test the easiest, and he received the most attention. Brother Xiang, good job. Yu Shao and the other 3 Yu clan youths couldn't help but cheer. Yu Xiang slowly walked back, and his arrogant gaze descended onto a violet-colored figure in the distance, flickering with a vicious sheen. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Yu Xiang's gaze, but he didn't mind it. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, there were many people that wanted him dead, but he still lived well in the end, except for that one time when he was betrayed by his manager, who he regarded as a brother. After Yu Xiang, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. There were also a few third-level core formation young geniuses that smoothly passed the Genius Camp test. Number 137. It was finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian walked up the field, attracting the attention of many people. Many people present felt respect towards this youth that dared to speak frankly and confidently in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice-commander. When the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers saw that Duan Lingtian was younger than the other youths, their serious expressions eased up, and their eyes emitted a sense of madness. As far as they were concerned, a youth that didn't even seem to be 17 years old, no matter how strong he couldn't be that strong. But when they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes floating above Duan Lingtian's head, they were completely dumbstruck. Another 4th-level core formation martial artist. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, flashing directly towards the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that were still in a daze. He raised his arm and swung it out. Like an enormous python swinging its tail, it was abnormally ferocious. Bang! Instantly, 6 enemy kingdom soldiers were blasted flying by his arm. 3 of them directly stopped breathing. The remaining 3 were on the verge of death and didn't have the strength to continue fighting. F***K. Freak. He didn't even use a martial skill. He just casually swung his arm, and it was as if it carried the strength of lightning. This Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. He's actually a 4th-level core formation martial artist. No wonder he dares to go head-to-head with Yu Xiang. He seems to be not even 17. Such natural talent is simply heaven-defying. The group of youths were dumbstruck. When they recovered from their shock, they repeatedly cursed. What a kid! Qiao Qing Shan's eyes shone brightly. Split up. The expression of the 2nd-level core formation soldier changed greatly as he shouted in a low voice. Chapter 102. But would it be of any use if they split up? The answer was no. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Greater teleportation. Instantly, a defensive qi barrier flickered on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, suffused with the brilliance of origin energy. Bang! A 9th-level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier had a savage expression as he exploded with the strength of an ancient mammoth and punched out, smashing onto Duan Lingtian's defensive qi barrier. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed out. Ah! The enemy kingdom soldier emitted a shrill cry as he flew out, clutching his broken arm as he rolled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the attacks of the other 3 enemy kingdom soldiers arrived as well. Without exception, all of them followed in the footsteps of the former. Especially the second-level core formation martial artist, he exploded with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths and slapped his palm onto Duan Lingtian's body with all his might. As a result, all of his strength was reversed and his arm was directly broken, blasted flying, and fainted on the ground. Star Shift. The Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Xiao Qing-shan, had a surprised expression on his face. His thoughts spun as he recalled an extremely precious high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. The surroundings of the drill grounds were deathly silent. This scene was even more shocking than when Yu Xiang entered the arena. Yu Xiang had only used a defensive martial skill to block the enemy kingdom soldiers' attack. Whereas Duan Lingtian not only blocked the enemy kingdom soldier's attack, he was even able to launch a counterattack with his defensive martial skill, returning all of the enemy's strength back to him. What a terrifying defensive martial skill! Yeah, this defensive martial skill is too strong. The crowd was in an uproar, and many youths couldn't help but reveal reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. There were also a few youths whose eyes emitted dense battle intent. Humph! Yu Xiang coldly snorted. His limelight was stolen by Duan Lingtian, and the vicious gaze in his eyes became even more profound. After Duan Lingtian passed the test, he walked back in large strides. As for the enemy kingdom soldiers that were on the verge of death, they were all killed one by the Iron Blood Army, splattering blood on the spot. From the moment they were defeated, their fates were decided. Number 138. After Duan Lingtian left the stage, it was Xiao Yu's turn. When Xiao Yu brushed past Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, the defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian had just executed was undoubtedly the defensive martial skill that he had cultivated, stellar transposition. He was a little curious. Where did Duan Lingtian learn shifting stars from? Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated it to perfection. Duan Lingtian, you know shifting stars too? Meng Quan asked curiously. Half a year ago, during the Aurora City Genius Gathering, he had fought with Xiao Yu and suffered a loss due to shifting stars. Meng Quan, I'm not using shifting stars. It's just that its characteristics are somewhat similar. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you knew the Shao clan's martial skills. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended into the distance. Xiao Yu stood there, his cold figure unmoving like a mountain, imperceptibly giving off an oppressive feeling. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers all revealed expressions of fear as they entered the arena. They split up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Shifting stars. On Xiao Yu's body, a defensive chi barrier flickered. The strength of 4 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Fleeting shadow. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides and locked onto the enemy kingdom soldier at the second level of the core formation stage. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the soldier. With a shake of his sleeve, origin energy suffused out. Sleeve dimension. With a flick of his sleeve, it swelled up and welcomed the enemy kingdom soldier's punch that contained the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The enemy kingdom soldier's face went pale. He only felt that when his fist struck the youth's sleeve, it was as if he had struck cotton, unable to exert any force. In the next moment, he noticed a terrifying force trembling towards him. Ka! The enemy kingdom soldier's arm was directly twisted off by Xiao Yu's shaking sleeve. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the enemy kingdom soldier was blasted flying by Xiao Yu, his body trembling violently as he rolled on the ground. At this moment, the attacks of the other 9 enemy kingdom soldiers had arrived on Xiao Yu. Some attacked from behind, some from the side. However, ah! Ah! A string of shrill cries sounded out at the same time, and the 9 enemy kingdom soldiers that had attacked Xiao Yu were all blasted flying. Subsequently, Xiao Yu defeated them one by one, killing all of them. Number 139. Xiao Yu smoothly passed the test, and the captain continued to count off. Meng Quan, do your best. Xiao Yu nodded to Meng Quan who brushed past him. Don't worry. Meng Quan took a deep breath. At this moment, the surrounding youths finally reacted, and their gazes occasionally fell on Xiao Yu and occasionally fell on Duan Lingtian. This number 138 seems to be together with Duan Lingtian. Even their defensive martial skills are exactly the same. Yeah, I don't know what defensive martial skill it is, it's too terrifying. He only needs to raise his defensive qi barrier, and when others attack him, it's like hitting a mirror, not injuring him, but injuring themselves instead. Such a defensive martial skill is surely extremely rare even in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. When many youths looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, their eyes emitted a brilliance of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Duan Lingtian, how do you know Star Shift? After Xiao Yu returned to Duan Lingtian's side, he couldn't help but ask. Stellar Transposition was an extremely precious high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even their Shao clan had to rely on the influence of their ancestors to obtain this martial skill. Not to mention the Aurora City's Li clan and Lin clan, even the large clans in the Swallow Mountain County's county city and the county governor's estate might not possess this martial skill. So, he was extremely curious as to why Duan Lingtian would possess this martial skill. You saw wrongly. The defensive martial skill I used was not stellar transposition, but greater teleportation. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian roughly explained the principle of greater teleportation to Xiao Yu. It's indeed slightly different, but it's a different approach that achieves the same result. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Meng Quan had already retrieved an iron rod from the weapon rack at the side of the drill grounds and was executing the 1000 shadow rod to battle the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! With a sweep of the rod, a 9th level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier was blasted flying. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A 9th level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier forcefully pounced forward, withstanding Meng Quan's rod strike, and firmly grasped onto the iron rod in Meng Quan's hand. Don't worry about me, kill him. The enemy kingdom soldier's face was hideous, and his mouth flowed with miserable blood as he cried out in grief. The other 8 enemy kingdom soldiers had tears in their eyes as they madly pounced towards Meng Quan, who had no rod to use. Meng Quan. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Ah! Meng Quan also realized the danger, and with an explosive shout, he lifted up the enemy kingdom soldier along with his rod and smashed it down towards one of the enemy kingdom soldiers that pounced at him. Bang! 2 lives with 1 rod strike. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Meng Quan finally passed the test with great difficulty. Meng Quan, you've already passed the test, why do you seem to not be happy in the slightest? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan, who had a heavy expression, and was slightly puzzled. Duan Lingtian, tell me, should I really kill them? That enemy kingdom soldier would rather die than grab my weapon, just for the sake of allowing his companions to obtain freedom. Meng Quan's gaze was complicated as he sighed. That person is indeed worthy of respect. Xiao Yu nodded heavily as well. You killed him to protect yourself. If you fight them, it's either you die, or they die. You don't have to feel burdened in your heart. Duan Lingtian patted Meng Quan's shoulder as he consoled him. The genius camp test continued like a raging fire. Later on, there were still some young geniuses that were killed, but overall, it was much better than the beginning. Now, the youths present could be considered to have experienced a true storm of blood. They no longer had any burden when they entered the battlefield to slaughter. Number 163. The youth that entered the battlefield this time was around the age of 18. He wore a vermilion robe and held a sheathed sword in his hand. As soon as he attacked, he attracted the gazes of everyone present. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Obviously, he was a 4th level core formation martial artist. He was also the 3rd 4th level core formation martial artist to participate in the Genius Camp test up until now. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers had just entered the battlefield and hadn't even had the time to stand still. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a red stream of light flashed past the enemy soldiers. One could vaguely hear overlapping sword howls rising and falling, clang. The clear sound of a sharp sword entering its sheath sounded out. The youth's figure appeared, but he had arrived at the other side of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! 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 The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers maintained their original postures as they crashed onto the ground. Scorching fresh blood sprayed out from their throats, dazzling and resplendent. Good. This scene caused Xiao Qingshan, the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, to be unable to refrain from cheering out loud. His eyes shone as he was delighted to see a hunter. What's your name? Su Li, the red-robed youth, nodded slightly modestly to Xiao Qingshan. As expected, the crowd was once again in an uproar. F***K, this Su Li is the true freak. I haven't even seen his movements clearly and he's already killed all these enemy kingdom soldiers. Too terrifying. I haven't even had the time to see what his sword looks like. I think his strength is even stronger than Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. I think so too. Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly when he heard these discussions. But when he looked at the red-robed Su Li in the distance, his eyes still emitted slight fear. Although he wasn't willing to admit it. Needless to say, Su Li was indeed stronger than him. No. Not only stronger than him. As far as he was concerned. Even the #1 youth in the county city, Tan Rui, was far from being as terrifying as this person. I never imagined that there would be such a freak amongst the young geniuses that came to participate in the Genius Camp test this time. Meng Quan exclaimed in a low voice. What a swift sword. Xiao Yu's expression was serious. Su Li, Duan Lingtian gazed at the red-robed youth in the distance and a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes. Earlier, he vaguely caught sight of Su Li's movements. Su Li's movement technique was undoubtedly a high-grade profound rank movement technique. Moreover, it had already been cultivated to the perfection stage. If he were to go against Su Li unless he exerted his full strength and erupted with a strength comparable to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Chapter 103. Besides speed, Su Li's sword skill was extremely terrifying as well. At least, Duan Lingtian could be sure of one thing. In terms of speed, Su Li's sword skill was even comparable to the sword drawing arts. The sword drawing arts could only display the might of a high-grade profound rank sword skill under the premise of taking the opponent by surprise. Su Li's sword skill was a true high-grade profound rank sword skill. Moreover, it was obviously one of the top sword skills amongst high-grade profound rank sword skills. The accompanying sword shadow that I passed down to Li Shishir is slightly inferior to his sword skill. I'm afraid that only Ku'er's frozen sword can compare to it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Ku'er's frozen sword was a mystic class high-tier sword skill that came with the top-tier skill, Han Bing's God Sword technique. It was also the foundation for the subsequent profound sword skills recorded in the Han Bing's God Sword technique. It was extremely impressive. Unless I use my full strength or cultivate Spirit Serpent movement technique to the perfection stage, it's extremely difficult to defeat Su Li. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a trace of battle intent flashed within his eyes. Along with the passage of time, dusk gradually approached. At this moment, the Genius Camp test was approaching its end. After Su Li, although there were many third-level core formation young geniuses that were extremely extraordinary, they were still inferior to Su Li, number 237. Following the captain's words, a youth that was robust like a bull walked out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Duan Lingtian, who was originally slightly drowsy, became alert as he looked at the robust youth. This person isn't simple. Xiao Yu's expression was serious, as he obviously noticed this as well. At this moment, 10 enemy kingdom soldiers followed him onto the field and pounced towards the robust youth. Hua! The robust youth's body shook. Instantly, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 4th level of the core formation stage. Another 4th level core formation stage martial artist. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that flew out changed greatly. At this moment, the robust youth had already approached the 2nd level core formation soldier. Slap. With a single slap, the other party was knocked unconscious. That was not all. He reached out and picked up the enemy soldier's body as easily as picking up a feather. He used the soldier as a weapon and threw it at the remaining 9 enemy soldiers. 9 enemy soldiers were sent flying by him one after another, they were all killed without exception. The enemy soldiers in the sturdy youth's hands who were used as weapons had long been badly mutilated. Although there was still some movement in the body, even the gods would not be able to save him. Suddenly, the sturdy youth raised his hand and tossed the enemy soldier into the air. Whoosh! His leg struck out like lightning. Crack! The enemy soldier's body was kicked into the air, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash, no longer breathing. The drill ground fell into a dead silence. Ha! Good, good. The vice-commander of the Iron Blood Army, Qiao Qing-shan, laughed. The youths that had come to participate in the Genius Camp examination this year had truly brought him a great surprise. Especially this young man in front of him, he was simply a fighting machine. If they were on the battlefield, they would definitely be able to slaughter everyone. What's your name? Qiao Qing-shan asked. Reporting to Lord Vice Commander, I'm called Tian Hu. The sturdy youth cupped his hands towards Qiao Qing-shan and said respectfully. Tian Hu, you're very good. Qiao Qing-shan smiled as he nodded and wasn't stingy with his praise. Instantly, the remaining 100+ youths on the drill ground looked at Tian Hu with faces full of envy and jealousy. This Tian Hu is very strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. I never imagined that so many freaks would appear in this year's Genius Camp examination, Meng Quan laughed bitterly. At the same time that Meng Quan sighed with emotion, many people were sighing with emotion as well. So many dark horses actually appeared in this year's Genius Camp examination, for 4th level core formation young geniuses, what a surprise. Yeah, if it was in the past years, even if only one 4th level core formation martial artist appeared, it would already be enough to surprise everyone. But this time, 4 people directly appeared. Especially that Duan Lingtian. His current strength might be inferior to Su Li and Tian Hu, but he's still young. Once he grows to Su Li and Tian Hu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying. All these words were heard by Yu Xiang. A trace of a cold light flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes, and he revealed killing intent. Once he grows to Su Li and Tian Hu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth revealed a cold smile. That would require him to be able to live until then, it's almost over. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze once again descended onto the drill ground. Another 10+ youths died behind him, but there were also another 10+ youths that passed the examination. Meanwhile, the Genius Camp examination had completely ended. The captain returned to the side of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qing-shan, and said a few words in a light voice. Qiao Qing-shan took a step forward and looked at the group of youths that seemed to have matured in a single day. He slowly said, "First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the Genius Camp examination. Needless to say, this year's Genius Camp examination exceeded my expectations. Besides the number of people that passed being much more than the previous years, the strength of a few people even shocked me." Everyone present knew who Qiao Qing-shan was talking about. For a moment, the gazes of most people were divided into 4 directions. Their gazes fell onto Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. These 4 people were absolute dark horses. Tonight, all of you can party to your heart's content. Starting tomorrow, all of you will become members of the Genius Camp. In the next year, you won't have such good treatment. Although all of you are very outstanding, but according to my past experience, after a year, the number of you that will survive will not exceed 10. After Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, he dismissed the youths present. After a year, the number of people that will survive will not exceed 10. None of the youths that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite doubted Qiao Qingshan's words. Qiao Qingshan, as the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army. In these past few years, he had witnessed countless people die during the Genius Camp's training. His words contained an extremely high amount of gold. Not more than 10 people. I did a rough count just now, and the number of youths that passed the Genius Camp examination is 98. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. You're really bored, even counting this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Let's eat and drink well tonight. After tomorrow, we won't have such a chance in the next year. Xiao Yu said. Yes, we'll open our stomachs tonight and have a good meal. Meng Quan grinned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. That night, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian and the other two went around the Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he cultivated until late at night and slowly fell asleep. He was looking forward to the Genius Camp's training. In another street's inn, there was a spacious room that was brightly lit. Brother, I'm sorry. Yu Xiang lowered his head. Opposite Yu Xiang stood a young man around the age of 25. The young man wore casual clothes and had a similar appearance to Yu Xiang. But at this moment, his eyes flickered with a trace of a ghastly sheen that seemed to be mixed with rage and killing intent. This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to blame yourself. The young man was precisely Yu Hong, Yu Xiang's older brother. Brother, it's all because of that Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have fought with him and wouldn't have attracted the vice commander. Yu Xiang's eyes emitted killing intent. Don't worry, as long as he enters the Genius Camp, I have ways to kill him. Yu Hong clenched his fists tightly and raging origin energy swept out, under extreme rage. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the core formation stage. Brother, didn't that Wang Mang say that you wanted to avoid arousing suspicion? Yu Xiang was stunned. I do want to avoid arousing suspicion. Yu Hong's eyes flickered and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. But, 2 of the centurions in charge of the Genius Camp's training are my best friends. At that time, as long as I get them to slightly trip him up, that Duan Lingtian would be hard-pressed to not die. Great! Yu Xiang's face revealed an expression of wild joy. Within the largest tent of the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Qingshan, I heard that a few good saplings came to the Genius Camp this time. The refined middle-aged man that sat at the head looked at the robust middle-aged man below him and revealed a warm smile. Yes, Commander. Qiao Qingshan nodded, and the joy on his face was difficult to conceal. To be able to make Qingshan happy until now, I'm slightly curious. Tell me in detail. The refined middle-aged man lightly smiled as his interest was piqued. Probably no one would have imagined that the Iron Blood Army's commander, who was cold and emotionless on the battlefield, would secretly take off his armor and become such a refined and extraordinary middle-aged man that looked more like a scholar. Yes. Qiao Qingshan respectfully replied. Among the 4 of them, the first one I heard of was Yu Xiang, the younger brother of Decurion Yu Hong. However, although this Yu Xiang's strength isn't bad, he's a mediocre person and it's difficult for him to have great accomplishments. When Qiao Qingshan mentioned Yu Xiang, he didn't take it seriously. Isn't Yu Hong a centurion? The refined middle-aged man was stunned. After that, he heard Qiao Qingshan's explanation and understood the whole story, and his face couldn't help but sink as he grunted in a low voice. This Yu Hong is too presumptuous. How can the Iron Blood Army allow him to abuse his authority for personal gain? So, I gave him a chance out of consideration for the military merits he's made these past few years. If he doesn't repent, I can only expel him from the Iron Blood Army. Qiao Qingshan continued. You handled this matter very well. That Duan Lingtian is the second person you noticed? The refined middle-aged man asked curiously. That's right. Qiao Qingshan nodded. This Duan Lingtian should be less than 17 years old, but he's neither servile nor overbearing. Facing the murderous aura that I deliberately released, he didn't move at all. I suspect that although he's young, he's already killed many people. Less than 17 years old, killed many people. The refined middle-aged man was stunned. Yes. Later on, in order to prove my guess, I deliberately observed him for a while. In the end, I discovered that he was completely different from the other youths when facing the tragic massacre on the drill ground. He didn't move at all, and from the beginning to the end, he just looked at them coldly. It's hard to imagine that a 16-year-old youth can actually achieve this. Chapter 104. Early the next morning, at the Iron Blood Army's campsite, 98 youths from all over the Swallow Mountain County gathered together once again. After a night of rest, all of them were in high spirits. Everything that happened yesterday had been completely overturned, a new chapter had begun. Very quickly, the Chiliarch that was in charge of the Genius Camp exam yesterday brought along 5 young generals as he walked over. As soon as the Chiliarch appeared, he went straight to the point. First of all, congratulations on passing the exam and becoming a member of the Genius Camp. I'm the Iron Blood Army's Chiliarch, Yang De, and I'm in charge of organizing this year's Genius Camp training. Normally, the 5 centurions behind me will act as your instructors and lead you in training. Now, you can freely divide yourselves into 5 groups, and each group can't exceed 20 people. Yang De continued. Instantly, the group of young geniuses on the drill ground started moving. Even more people rushed towards the 4 directions. There was a person standing in each of the 4 directions. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. Obviously, in their opinion, hugging the thighs of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 was the wisest choice. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan stood on the spot without moving. Around them, over 20 people quickly gathered. In the end, with the intervention of the 5 centurions, only 20 people remained in Duan Lingtian's group. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang's group were the same. Only the other 18 people stood at the side with bitter smiles, feeling slightly disappointed and helpless. Alright, now that you've been divided into groups. Next, I'll briefly introduce the rules of the next year's training. In the first round of training, every group will face a different challenge. It will last for 3 months, and only the fittest will survive until half of the people are eliminated. In other words, after 3 months, only half of the people in each group will survive. Yang De slowly said. As soon as Yang De finished speaking, the eyes of the 18 young geniuses that were isolated in one group lit up. Ha! So it's like that. Looks like our luck isn't bad. At least our group doesn't have an abnormal person. That's right, they're going to be in trouble, especially the 2 groups that Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang are in. Duan Lingtian will definitely help his 2 companions. In other words, out of the 17 people, only 7 will survive the first round of training. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiang's group is even more unlucky. There are 4 people from the Yu clan around Yu Xiang. As for the other 15 people, only 5 can survive. It was different from the joy of these youths. The youths from the other 4 groups all had unnatural expressions on their faces. Especially Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang's groups. These youths all had ugly expressions. F***CK. Why did I choose Duan Lingtian's group? Forget it, we're pretty lucky. Those who chose Yu Xiang's group are the unlucky ones. F***CK. Why did I choose Yu Xiang's group? I'm too unlucky. Yeah, even Duan Lingtian's group is better than this group. When Yu Xiang heard the discussions that entered his ears, his face sank and he shouted in a low voice, if you think Duan Lingtian's group is better, then get the hell over there. Instantly, the surrounding youths all went silent. They didn't dare offend Yu Xiang now. If Yu Xiang had a problem with them, then they would really be dead. Now, there are 5 groups of people. Each group is a small squad. They will be led by a centurion as their instructor and will begin the first round of training that will last for 3 months. Yang Da's voice sounded out once more. The group that Su Li was in was called Squad 1. The group that Tian Hu was in was called Squad 2. The group that Duan Ling Tian was in was called Squad 3. The group that Yu Xiang was in was called Squad 4. The last group was called Squad 5. The 5 centurions stood separately in front of each small team. From today onwards, I'm the instructor of your Squad 3. My name is Fan Jian. A centurion around the age of 30 with a medium build stood in front of Duan Lingtian's group as he spoke loudly. Despicable. A few of the youths were stunned. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. This centurion's name really had character. Pooh! Instantly, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it very funny? Fan Jian's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Instantly, the entire squad quieted down. Follow me, we'll walk to the Dawnshroud mountain range. Fan Jian shouted in a low voice as he led the group out of the Iron Blood Army camp. At this moment, the youths of the other 4 squads followed along with their instructors. The group of youths from the Genius camp followed behind the 5 instructors as they left Iron Blood City and headed towards the Dawnshroud mountain range. At the beginning, the group of youths that ran out were still talking and laughing, but when it was noon, they didn't have the energy to chat anymore. All of them were hungry and thirsty. Instructor, where are we going for lunch? A youth from Squad 3 couldn't help but ask. There's no lunch. If you want to eat, wait until we reach the Dawnshroud mountain range and settle it yourself. According to our current speed, we'll reach the Dawnshroud mountain range at the very least in the evening. All of you better be more spirited. Fan Jian snorted coldly. What? We're going to run until the evening? The youths were dumbfounded. They had only run for half the morning, but they were already tired and hungry. If they ran until the evening, wouldn't they be completely exhausted? Duan Lingtian, aren't you tired? Squad 3 was at the back of the group of youths. The 3 youths followed unhurriedly. Meng Quan wiped the sweat on his forehead as he asked. Now, even Xiao Yu was slightly out of breath, only Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. Duan Lingtian had a smile at the corners of his mouth. Tired? Not to mention, this bit of training was child's play to him in his previous life. In this life, his body was even stronger. Even if he ran for a day and a night, he wouldn't feel tired. Meng Quan, your breathing is too messy. Inhale every 3 steps, exhale every 2 steps, maintain the rhythm. Try it. Duan Lingtian smiled and taught Meng Quan the secret. Meng Quan did as he was told. After a while, his complexion returned to normal. His sweat also stopped, and he felt refreshed. It's really useful. Meng Quan's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but do as he was told. He realized that he really didn't feel that tired and out of breath anymore. He looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He realized. The more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. Duan Lingtian, I really admire you. Meng Quan sighed. Very soon, someone noticed Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Although their speed was not slow, their expressions did not change. They were all dumbfounded. Even the 5 instructors were slightly moved. Humph. Yu Xiang's breathing also began to quicken. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's state, his face sank. Even Su Li and Tian Hu looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Now, other than the 5 instructors, only Duan Lingtian and the other 2 seemed to be leisurely strolling. It didn't seem like they were running at all. The sun was setting. When they saw a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, other than Duan Ling Tian and the other teenagers, including Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang, couldn't help but sigh in relief. We're here so soon. Sigh, it's really not a challenge. Meng Quan said as if he was asking for a beating. Immediately, it attracted many people's disdainful gazes. Stop. Very soon, the 5 instructors looked at each other and shouted at the same time. The 5 groups of youths all stopped. Some of the youths even bent down and fiercely gasped for breath. They could finally rest. Very soon, they were all stunned again. The 5 instructors searched them one by one and took away all the matches that were used to ignite the fire on their bodies. Slightly interesting. Duan Ling Tian thought of something and the corners of his mouth held a smile. The 5 drill masters gathered a pile of torches, put them together, and burned them all. Instructors, some of the youths were puzzled. Now, the captain is already waiting for all of you at the entrance of the Dawnshroud Mountain Range. Whoever among you is the first to arrive at the Dawnshroud Mountain Range will be able to obtain a fire starter from the captain. That will affect whether you eat raw meat or cooked meat at night. One of the instructors slowly spoke. Before long, the group of youths seemed to have been jolted awake from a dream, and they didn't care about resting as they madly dashed forward. Above the sky, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. In next to no time, only Duan Lingtian's group of 3 remained, and they unhurriedly walked forward. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, but Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him had puzzled expressions. Duan Lingtian, aren't we going to snatch it? Meng Quan asked. If we don't have a fire starter, then we'll have to eat raw meat in the following days. Xiao Yu laughed bitterly. Who said that a fire starter must have a fire starter? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Not to mention that he had a fire starter in his spatial ring. Even if he didn't use one, he still had many ways to easily start a fire. 4 of the 5 instructors ran away. Only the instructor of Duan Lingtian's group, Fan Jian, remained. He glanced at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and frowned, but didn't say anything. How do we start a fire without a fire starter? Meng Quan was curious. Forget it, we probably won't be able to catch up now. At most, when we need a fire starter, we'll borrow one from the person who has it. Xiao Yu shook his head and didn't really believe Duan Lingtian's words. The 3 of them slowly walked forward and arrived at the entrance of the Dawnshroud Mountain Range. Only then did they realize that only Captain Yang De and the other 4 Centurion instructors remained. The other youths had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Yang De frowned as he looked at Fan Jian who was following behind Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Captain, they didn't seem to care about a fire starter, so I didn't force them. Fan Jian said as a matter of course. Yang De glanced at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and shook his head. Forget it, you 3 go hunt wild beasts now and prepare your own dinner. Duan Lingtian nodded and entered the Dawnshroud Mountain Range with Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. They probably have the intention of borrowing a fire starter from someone else. Fan Jian grunted in a low voice as he glanced at the backs of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Then they might be out of luck. Yang Da's gaze was strange. Fan Jian looked at Yang Da with a puzzled expression. Captain, why do you say that? Ha! Fan Jian, do you know who obtained a fire starter? Another centurion asked with a smile. Who? Fan Jian was slightly curious. Chapter 105. In the sky above the Sunset Mountain Range, the sun gradually set and disappeared into the other side of the mountain range. Maybe this Sunset Mountain Range got its name because of this. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene in the sky and his heart slightly moved. This Sunset Mountain Range should be similar to the Misty Forest. There should be many wild beasts and fierce beasts. After we enter, we must be careful. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him. The 2 nodded. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he strode out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan also executed their movement techniques and followed like shadows. After entering the Sunset Mountain Range, one could see 3 forks in the road. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 chose one and found that there were 5 more forks in the road. It was simply like a maze. A wolf's howl tore through the sky, deafening everyone. Duan Ling Tian turned his head to look. A completely black wolf with crimson eyes was pouncing out from the bushes at the side. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and the muscles on his right arm bulged. Whoosh! He swung his right arm and swung it towards the wolf's chest. A strong wind swept in all directions. Bang! A loud sound accompanied by the wolf's sorrowful cry came to an abrupt end. The wolf's internal organs were shattered by Duan Ling Tian. It struggled on the ground for a few moments before completely losing all signs of life, dead. I didn't expect the prey to deliver itself to me. Meng Quan walked over with a smile and carried the wolf's corpse on his shoulder. Let's go back. Duan Ling Tian observed the surroundings for a while and said. The 3 of them left the Sunset Mountain Range. On the way, they met some youths who also carried their prey back and gathered at the entrance of the Sunset Mountain Range. Many people were already cleaning up the corpses of their prey. Someone hit a tiger, someone hit a goshawk, someone hit a wild leopard. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 found an open space and placed the wolf's corpse on the ground. Meng Quan casually pulled out a dagger from his boots and stabbed it into the wolf's corpse, cleaning it up. After a short while, Meng Quan shaved off all of the wolf's fur and threw its innards to the side. Meng Quan, you're quite skilled. Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. Hee, I used to sleep in the dense fog forest often. Sometimes, I would stay for a month, so I had to get something to eat. However, now that the meat is ready, where are we going to find fire? Meng Quan chuckled. He seemed to be in a difficult position as he spoke. Suddenly, Xiao Yu frowned and looked into the distance. Look. Duan Ling Tian and Meng Quan looked over. They saw groups of 3 to 5 youths in the genius camp. Other than the people of their 3rd squad, almost all of them had lit up a bonfire. Yu Xiang, can you lend us the fire starter? Someone from the 3rd squad went over to borrow the fire starter. Is it Yu Xiang who obtained the fire starter? Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions were somewhat ugly. If I'm not mistaken, you're on the same team as Duan Ling Tian. Both of you are from Squad 3, right? Yu Xiang asked the youth who wanted to borrow the fire. Yes. The youth nodded. Lending the fire to the other members of the 3rd squad is a small matter, but I'll say the ugly words first. If I find out who dares to lend the fire to Duan Ling Tian, you can forget about using fire in the future. Yu Xiang's eyes narrowed into a line, a cold light faintly discernible. It's not easy for everyone, we've been hungry for an entire day. Yu Xiang, what do you think? The youth was somewhat hesitant. Just based on what you said. I won't lend the fire to the people of your 3rd squad. Yu Xiang coldly snorted, then looked at his own squad and the youths of the other 3 squads. The fire you're using right now is the fire you borrowed from me. I'll say this first, if any of you dares to lend the fire to anyone in the 3rd squad, don't even think about borrowing fire from me in the future. At this moment, Yu Xiang had a smug expression of, I have fire, I'm the biggest. Yu Xiang, don't worry, we're not ungrateful people. That's right, we promise not to lend the fire to the 3rd squad. Instantly, other than the 3rd squad, the other squads all expressed their stance. The youth who borrowed the fire was so angry that his face was completely red. What about me? Scram! Yu Xiang glared at the youth. The youth was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps, returning to the side of the 3rd squad. At this moment, the group of people in the 3rd squad were glaring at the youth like tigers eyeing their prey. Lo Cheng, you still have the face to come back? Originally you'd already borrowed the fire, but because you meddled in other people's business and went to care about that Duan Ling Tian, now great, our third squad doesn't have any fire to use. Duan Ling Tian is right there, I'm curious if he'll be grateful to you for what you've done. Lo Cheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be isolated because of this, and for a moment his eyes turned red, glistening with tears. What, you still want to cry horse piss? Take your prey and scram. A youth threw a dissected wild boar to Lo Cheng. How can you all be so selfish? Lo Cheng hugged the wild boar, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. Very quickly, Lo Cheng realized that the group of youths from the third squad who had wanted to reason with him suddenly shut their mouths, as if they had seen something terrifying. Pa! At this time, he discovered a strong hand on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the youth in purple standing behind him, smiling at him. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled and asked, You're Lo Cheng. Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of this youth who was willing to fight for a fire source for a stranger like him. Yes. Lo Cheng was somewhat nervous and somewhat restrained. Don't be nervous, since they don't welcome you, you can come with us in the future, Duan Ling Tian called out to Lo Cheng, and returned to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's side. Xiao Yu. Meng Quan. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan nodded and smiled at Lo Cheng. Hello, I'm Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng's face was somewhat rosy, and he looked very much like a young girl. Not far away. This Lo Cheng's luck is really good, he actually got the support of Duan Ling Tian. So what if he got the support of Duan Ling Tian, doesn't he still have to eat raw meat? Damn it. This time, we've really been screwed over by Lo Cheng. The expressions of the youths of Squad 3 were extremely unsightly. On the other side. How do you think Duan Ling Tian's dinner will be settled? Chili Arch Yangda watched this scene from afar and asked the 5 centurions sitting in a circle as he roasted the bonfire. I heard that he wasn't afraid in front of the vice commander, so he should go and snatch Yu Xiang's fire starter, right? If he forcefully snatches it, he might not be a match for Yu Xiang. Right. Moreover, do you think the others won't help Yu Xiang? Including Su Li and Tian Hu, they all received Yu Xiang's kindness this time. Otherwise, where would they get the fire from? The 5 centurions discussed animatedly, and no one looked favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 sat together in a circle. Duan Ling Tian, now that the fire starter is in Yu Xiang's hands, and the others have already expressed that they won't lend the fire to us. What are we going to do about our dinner tonight? After running all day, I'm already hungry. Meng Quan rubbed his dry and flat stomach and had a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. How about? I go again, and beg Yu Xiang. Lo Cheng said with a red face. In the next moment, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 were looking at him with burning gazes. I won't go. Lo Cheng lowered his head. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian suddenly stood up. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng, Duan Ling Tian walked towards the other youths of Squad 3. The group of youths looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. Don't be nervous. Duan Ling Tian smiled, and his eyes focused as he looked at the pile of firewood surrounded by the group of people. You don't need this firewood anymore, right? The youths looked at each other, and no one made a sound. Since you don't want it, then I'll take it. Duan Ling Tian unceremoniously picked up the pile of firewood and returned to the side of Xiao Yu's group of 3. We don't have a fire starter, why do you need this firewood? Meng Quan had a puzzled expression. Who said that you can't start a fire without a fire starter? Duan Ling Tian deliberately raised his voice. For a moment, everyone, including Captain Yang De and the few centurions, looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest. Deliberately mystifying. I want to see how you'll start a fire without a fire starter. Yu Xiang snorted coldly and raised his voice as he mocked. You're so sure. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and suddenly laughed. Of course. Yu Xiang gave tit for tat. Then how about we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he still had a smile on his face. What do you want to bet? Yu Xiang's brows raised. There's no point in betting on anything else. Let's bet that whoever loses will take off all their clothes and walk around the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range 10 times, how about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. What? Yu Xiang was stunned. The others were also stunned. This bet was too ruthless. Duan Lingtian, Yu, Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and was stunned. What, you don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang, and the corners of his mouth held a wisp of a cold smile as he grunted. If you don't have the guts, then keep a low profile in the future and don't bark like a dog. So noisy. Yu Xiang's face flushed red, and he said angrily, why wouldn't I dare? All right, I promise you. Very good, I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. I'm worried that you'll go back on your word. Captain. Yu Xiang spoke as he stood up and looked into the distance. Is something the matter? Yang De walked over with the 5 centurions. They'd heard the bet between Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang as well. Captain, this Duan Lingtian wants to make a bet with me. I hope you can be a witness, so that he won't go back on his word after he loses. Yu Xiang looked at Yang De and said word by word. Yu Xiang is too ruthless to actually let Captain be the witness of this bet. With Captain here, even if this Duan Lingtian loses, he won't dare to go back on his word. Duan Lingtian has really shot himself in the foot this time. I'm looking forward to the appearance of Duan Lingtian running around naked, ha 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 ha, I'm looking forward to it too. However, this Duan Lingtian seems to be only 16 years old. I reckon that his hair isn't even fully grown, so there's nothing to see. The group of youths discussed animatedly. Chapter 106. Duan Lingtian, what do you think? Captain Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian and sought Duan Lingtian's opinion. After all, this bet was started by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't say you don't dare now. Yu Xiang's eyes narrowed as he cut off Duan Lingtian's path of retreat. Captain, I have no objections. Just as Yu Xiang said, please be our witness. Duan Lingtian nodded. The corners of his mouth held a smile. This Yu Xiang was really considerate. Yu Xiang's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to agree so readily. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't have secretly hidden a match, right? If that's the case, then this bet has no meaning. Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with a vigilant expression. Don't worry, if I use a match, then it's my loss. Duan Lingtian smiled. A match? Did he need it? Yu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. You said it yourself. If you have no objections, this bet will take effect. Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Let's begin. Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. The 5 centurions behind him also stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. They were all curious as to where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. Even if it was them, if they didn't have a match, they wouldn't dare say that they could start a fire out of thin air. Today, I'll teach everyone a common knowledge. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian picked out a round piece of dry firewood from a pile of dry firewood and sat down on the spot. At this moment, the group of youths from the genius barracks surrounded them, and they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's movements. Meng Quan, give me your dagger. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan and smiled. Meng Quan handed over the dagger. After receiving Meng Quan's dagger, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and chopped off one end of the firewood. Then, he deliberately sharpened it. At the same time, he dug a small hole in the round firewood. Whoosh! The broken pieces of wood fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Following the release of elemental energy from his hand, they turned into sawdust and fell into the small hole in the firewood. Then, he inserted the sharp wood he had prepared into the small hole. It began to spin. If there were people from Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, they would definitely recognize him at a glance. What Duan Lingtian was doing now was precisely drilling wood to make fire. Chi! Wishful thinking, do you really think you can make fire like this? Yu Xiang sneered. But very quickly, he was dumbfounded. Chi! Duan Lingtian drilled for a while, and the sawdust began to emit smoke. After a short moment, a small flame rose up. Meng Quan, firewood. Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice. Coming. Long before the sawdust emitted smoke, Meng Quan had already gone to prepare firewood. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him, he promptly placed a pile of firewood in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian placed the burning sawdust into the pile of firewood. Instantly, a raging fire began to burn. No. Impossible. Impossible. Yu Xiang looked at this scene in disbelief and retreated a few steps. He shook his head in a daze, not daring to believe that all this was real. At this moment, a trace of pity appeared in the gazes of the surrounding youths when they looked at Yu Xiang. This Yu Xiang had gone too far. The expressions of Yu Xiao and the other three youths of the Yu family were very ugly. Yu Xiang losing face also represented that the Yu family had lost face, and they had lost face. Duan Lingtian, how did you think of this? Yang De looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. When I was young, I accidentally played with it. I call it drilling wood to make fire. What does Chiliarch think? Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose. Good. Very good. Yang De laughed. Yu Xiang, since you found the Chiliarch as a witness, I believe you will definitely abide by the bet, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and laughed mockingly. Yu Xiang's expression became even uglier. Very quickly, he looked at the two centurions behind Yang De for help. Chiliarch, Yu Xiang is after all a disciple of the Yu family of the prefecture capital. If he is humiliated like this, the Yu family will undoubtedly be humiliated as well. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to clean up the mess. One of the centurions stood out. That's right, Chiliarch, just treat this as a joke and laugh it off. Another centurion stood out. Yang De frowned. Yu family, he couldn't help but worry. But, this bet was witnessed by so many people. As the notary, if he were to give up just like this, his prestige would definitely be damaged. If news of this spread out, it would be difficult for him to have a foothold in the Iron Blood army. Ha 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 ha, a burst of loud laughter suddenly spread out. Presumptuous. The centurion who stood out first to support Yu Xiang had a change in expression and stared angrily at Duan Lingtian. In front of the Chiliarch, how can you be presumptuous? Sir Centurion. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth held a smile. Not only is the Chiliarch a witness to the bet between me and Yu Xiang, everyone present is a witness. When the bet was just set, I wonder why you didn't stop it. Could it be that at that time, you didn't think of the Yu family? Or, now that I've won and Yu Xiang has lost, it's out of your expectations. So, you used the Yu family to suppress the Chiliarch? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a wisp of a sinister brilliance. Could it be that you think that the Chiliarch is afraid of the Yu family and must lower his head in front of the Yu family? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, that centurion's expression changed greatly. After glaring at Duan Lingtian with resentment, he looked at Yang De with a terrified expression. Chiliarch, I've never thought of it this way. I really didn't mean it this way. The other centurion tactfully shut his mouth when faced with such a situation. Although he was a good friend of Yu Xiang's older brother, Yu Hong, he didn't dare offend his superior. This bet is obvious to everyone present. I hope the Chili Arch can handle it fairly. Xiao Yu spoke at the right time to help Duan Lingtian. I hope the Chili Arch can handle it fairly. Instantly, many of the youths in the various squads voiced their support. Yu Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. His gaze swept past all these youths. More than half of these youths had borrowed fire from him, but he never imagined that these people were actually fence-sitters and were so realistic. He was so angry that his vital energy and blood roiled. Alright, since I'm a witness to this bet, I naturally won't be biased towards any side. Yu Xiang, fulfill the bet. Yang De looked at Yu Xiang as he spoke indifferently. Although he had some misgivings about the county city's Yu family, he wasn't afraid. Not to mention that the Iron Blood Army was far away. Even if the Yu family's patriarch personally came to Iron Blood City, the patriarch wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He was a member of the Iron Blood Army. The Iron Blood Army was famous for being protective of their own. Even the people of the county governor's estate didn't dare rashly offend the Iron Blood Army. Yu Xiang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with humiliation, and his body unconsciously started to tremble. Under numerous burning gazes, Yu Xiang started to take off the clothes on his body, piece by piece. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng had already returned to the place they were at earlier and started to roast the wild wolves and boars. As they roasted, they watched Yu Xiang's performance. Ha! I couldn't tell that this Yu Xiang is fairer than a girl. Meng Quan looked at Yu Xiang, who was running, and laughed loudly. There's even a birthmark on your butt. Duan Lingtian laughed. Now, not only Duan Lingtian and the others, even the other youths were watching Yu Xiang's performance, without blinking, deeply afraid that they would miss any exciting scene. Every time Yu Xiang took a step forward, the wind would blow past his naked body. His face would turn gloomier and gloomier. His pair of eyes even revealed dense hatred and killing intent. Duan Lingtian. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Ah! Yu Xiang ran halfway and suddenly roared. Who? His feet moved, and he executed his movement technique, quickly finishing the remaining few laps. Xiang Gu. Yu Xiao passed the clothes over in a timely manner. Yu Xiang took a deep breath, put on the clothes, and sat at a corner, ashamed to face anyone. Ha! Satisfying. Meng Quan laughed. Xiao Yu laughed as well. Lo Cheng's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He noticed that a trace of delight had actually arisen within his heart, and it was something he didn't expect. Enough, quickly eat the meat, don't burn it. Duan Lingtian laughed. At this moment, the other youths in the genius camp, besides the few people from the Yu clan, were all whispering in low voices. The topic they were discussing was precisely Yu Xiang, who had just run 10 laps without a trace of clothing. The group of youths from Squad 3 were currently beaming with joy. That Yu Xiang said he wouldn't lend a fire to Squad 3. Humph. Why would we need to borrow a fire? With Duan Lingtian's method of making fire by drilling wood, even if we don't have a match, we can still easily start a fire. Yeah. Duan Lingtian is too formidable to be able to create such a method. I really don't dare believe it. Duan Lingtian is only 16. When I was his age, I hadn't even stepped into the core formation stage, let alone being so multi-talented like him. That Yu Xiang probably won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Speaking of which, that bird of his looks really small. I wonder if it'll be of any use. Shoo. Be quiet, he's a member of the county city's Yu clan after all. Be careful of being targeted by him, and you'll be out of luck. Let's be quiet. Actually, I also feel that his bird is very small, like a bamboo stick. At this moment, the youths of Squad 3 weren't stingy with their praises for Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, they were fiercely trampling on Yu Xiang. As if they'd completely forgotten. Earlier, They were extremely dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian, and even wanted to put down their dignity to borrow a fire from Yu Xiang. In the distance, Captain Yang De gnawed on the roasted meat, and his gaze never left Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, this youth was truly too miraculous. To be able to think of such a method to start a fire, he was absolutely a genius amongst geniuses. Amongst the 5 centurions, the astonished expression on the face of Squad 3's instructor, Fan Jian, still hadn't faded. He completely understood now. So it turned out that the reason Duan Lingtian leisurely walked towards the Dawnshroud mountain range today and didn't fight for the fire starter was because he'd long since made preparations. He didn't need a fire starter at all to start a fire. He deeply felt how terrifying this youth was. Of the remaining 4 centurions, 2 of them acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them and were unconcerned. The last 2 looked at each other and laughed helplessly. They were all friends of Yu Xiang's older brother, Yu Hong, and felt slightly guilty for not being able to help Yu Xiang this time. Chapter 107. So full. Duan Lingtian burped, then lay down and crossed his legs as he looked up at the night sky. The numerous stars were dazzling and dazzling. Lo Cheng, I've already finished 3 pieces of meat, but you haven't even finished half a piece. Learn from me, that's how a man should be. Meng Quan grunted. Meng Quan, you're completely like a cow chewing on a peony. Xiao Yu laughed. Go away. Didn't you see Duan Lingtian eating even faster than me? Meng Quan said unhappily. Meng Quan, you're even dragging me down with you. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh as he scolded. His eating speed was completely a habit formed from his previous life. In his previous life, as a mercenary, sometimes for the sake of a mission, he didn't have time to eat and could only wolf down his food. Luckily, his digestive ability was strong, so it didn't leave behind any side effects. In his previous life, he cultivated the form and will fist and developed inner strength, causing his internal organs to be tempered and become extremely tough, far surpassing an ordinary person. In this life, his fleshly body and internal organs were even stronger. Presently, disregarding origin energy, just the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Who could accomplish this? We won't be sleeping here tonight, right? Lo Cheng was slightly worried. Being able to sleep here is already not bad, I'm just afraid we'll have to sleep in the Dawnshroud mountain range, Meng Quan said. F***K. Meng Quan, I hope you're right. Duan Lingtian had just sat up when he saw the distant Captain Yang De and the 5 centurions walking over. Yang Da's gaze swept past the youths of the genius camp and shouted, "Stand up, return to your teams." Instantly, the youths divided into 5 small teams and started to line up. Suddenly, Yang De frowned as he looked into the distance and shouted, "Yu Xiang, what are you still doing there? Return to your teams. You're a cow if you have a birthmark on your butt. You even dare not listen to the words of a captain." Meng Quan grinned. Immediately, all the youths present, except for the few people from the Yu clan, burst into laughter. I dare you to say that again. At this time, Yu Xiang leisurely walked over, just in time to hear Meng Quan's words. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Meng Quan, his face filled with killing intent. Humph. Meng Quan snorted and no longer paid attention to Yu Xiang. He did not dare to provoke Yu Xiang. Sigh, in this day and age, no one is allowed to tell the truth. It's not a secret that you have a birthmark on your butt. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Ha 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 ha, immediately, roaring laughter rose and fell again. The youths present couldn't help but recall the scene of Yu Xiang streaking just now, Duan Lingtian. Yu Xiang's eyes burst out with a murderous intent as he shouted angrily. Enough. Yang Da's face sank as he shouted, if you all want to fight, there will be plenty of chances in the future. Now, 5 squads of genius camp members, follow your instructors and go deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. If you can't keep up and get torn apart by the fierce beasts on the way, then you can't blame anyone. As soon as Yang De finished speaking, the 5 Centurion instructors moved, transforming into 5 gusts of wind that blew into the Dawnshroud mountain range. The youths of the 5 squads hurriedly chased after them. It was also because the 5 instructors had slowed down their speed, otherwise, not many of these youths would be able to keep up with their footsteps. Before long, they arrived at the second fork in the road, and the 5 squads completely split up. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng took the lead and followed behind instructor Fan Jian. Meng Quan, you jinx! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare at Meng Quan, who was at the side, as he scolded with a smile. He still remembered what Meng Quan had said earlier, and it was really what Meng Quan had said, "It's really too good to be true, but too bad to be true." Meng Quan had a bitter smile on his face. Lo Cheng's face was slightly pale as he said with a trembling voice, "We'll be sleeping in the Dawnshroud mountain range at night, there won't be fierce beasts that sneak attack us, right?" "Nonsense. Of course there will be," Meng Quan said unhappily. "Lo Cheng, you've never slept in the wilderness before?" Duan Lingtian ran like the wind, but he didn't even pant, and his expression was calm. "No." Lo Cheng shook his head. "I really don't understand why a pretty boy like you who lives like a prince would come to the genius camp." Meng Quan was slightly puzzled. "I'm not a pretty boy." Hearing Meng Quan's words, Lo Cheng's body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly as he glared. "Yo, you're even throwing a tantrum. Do you want to fight me?" Meng Quan grinned, and battle intent shot out from his eyes. "Enough, Meng Quan. If you have that kind of strength, why don't you use it to deal with fierce beasts?" Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lo Cheng. He noticed. Earlier, when Meng Quan said Lo Cheng was a pretty boy, someone as meek as Lo Cheng actually revealed killing intent in his eyes, he could guess that this Lo Cheng was a person with a story. Before long, the members of Squad 3 followed behind instructor Fan Jian and killed over 10 weak fierce beasts along the way before finally entering the inner area of the Dawnshroud mountain range. The weak fierce beasts that appeared in the surroundings were comparable to a second-level core formation martial artist. Within the surrounding bushes, pairs of eyes that flickered with a dark green sheen could be vaguely seen. Obviously, there were many wolves concealed within. The wolves here weren't ordinary wolves, every single one of them was a formidable fierce beast. "Tonight, we'll sleep here." Fan Jian's gaze flashed past the youths of Squad 3, including Duan Lingtian, as he spoke indifferently. "What? Sleep here? What a joke." Instantly, the expressions of some of the youths changed greatly. Amongst them included Lo Cheng. "Instructor, you'll protect us, right?" A youth gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked. For a moment, most of the youths looked at Fan Jian with hopeful gazes. Fan Jian grunted coldly. "You're all thinking too much. I'm only responsible for giving you training orders. Even if a fierce beast wants to bite you to death, I won't interfere. Don't forget that entering the genius camp means that there's only a slim chance of survival. This is only the first round of training, and it's the simplest." Hearing Fan Jian's words, the expressions of some of the youths couldn't help but change. There was also a portion of the youths who had a calm expression. Obviously, they had all experienced similar situations, for example, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. "Sleep." Fan Jian glanced at the youths and laid down on the ground. Not long after, he started snoring. Only the group of youths remained, looking at each other in dismay. Duan Lingtian was the first to lie down. "Duan Lingtian, we're really going to sleep here?" Lo Cheng's legs were still trembling. "Lo Cheng, don't be like a girl. Hurry up and sleep." Meng Quan yawned and lay down as well. Xiao Yu also lay down. Some of the more courageous youths from Squad 3 also lay down. In the end, the remaining 7 youths didn't dare to lie down for a long time. Lo Cheng, you're not planning to stand for the entire night, are you? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows moved slightly as he asked. I don't dare to sleep. Lo Cheng smiled bitterly. Then prepare to stand for the entire night. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Awoo. Awoo. Late at night, moonlight shone down. In the bushes, a pack of fierce wolves pounced out and headed straight for the group of youths in Squad 3. In an instant, the 7 youths who hadn't slept felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Some of the youths who hadn't completely fallen asleep got up with a swoosh and fought against the fierce wolves. The commotion was getting louder and louder. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan also got up to deal with the fierce wolves. When more than 30 fierce wolves were killed, the group of youths was also exhausted. A few of them were also injured. F***ck. Duan Lingtian actually didn't wake up. Meng Quan discovered that Duan Lingtian was lying on the ground and didn't move at all. He couldn't help but curse. The instructor also didn't wake up. Many people were speechless. Weren't these 2 people afraid of being bitten to death by the wolves? Early the next morning, the light of dawn enveloped the earth. Duan Lingtian woke up, full of energy and radiant. Looking at the 3 youths with dark circles and not far away, Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan. I'm not surprised that Lo Cheng has dark circles. But you too, you didn't sleep for the entire night either? Duan Lingtian, tonight, if the 3 of us didn't help you block the fierce wolves that pounced on you, you would have died long ago. Meng Quan glared and said unhappily, you, on the other hand, slept until dawn. Meng Quan, believe it or not, even if you didn't help me block those fierce wolves, I wouldn't have died. Duan Lingtian grinned. Meng Quan naturally didn't believe it. You're treating good intentions as ill intent. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew that if he didn't say anything, Meng Quan would really think that he was taking advantage of him. Meng Quan, if I remember correctly, there were a total of 3 waves of fierce wolves that attacked us tonight. Among them, there were a total of 9 fierce wolves that pounced on me. You blocked 3, Xiao Yu blocked 5, and Lo Cheng blocked 1. Am I right? You, Meng Quan was completely dumbfounded. Weren't you sleeping? How did you know? If I'm not wrong, Duan Lingtian should have been in a state of half asleep and half awake for the entire night. But, according to what I know, besides those officers and soldiers that have been in the army for many years and assassins that lick blood from their blades, only martial artists at the origin core stage and above are able to do this. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and felt that he was becoming more and more unable to see through Duan Lingtian. Freak. Meng Quan couldn't help but say. Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of adoration flashed within his eyes. Instructor, do you have a grade 7 gold injury pill? He can't take it anymore. Even after eating 2 grade 8 gold injury pills consecutively, it was still difficult to suppress his injuries. Suddenly, a youth looked at Fan Jian, who had just woken up, with crimson eyes. Grade 7 gold injury pill. How could I possibly have it? Fan Jian frowned, and his cold gaze swept over the other youth who was lying on the ground and on the verge of death. Life and death are up to fate. The first round of elimination training has only just begun. In next to no time, this youth died. For a moment, the scene was filled with an atmosphere of grieving for the death of one's kind. 3 months of training, and on the second day, 1 person had died. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu who were still able to maintain their composure, the other youths of Squad 3 more or less had some lingering fear in their hearts. Gather! Right at this moment, Fan Jian shouted in a low voice. After the members of Squad 3 lined up in formation, Fan Jian gave out the training instructions. Chapter 108. Fan Jian's voice was filled with coldness. Clouded Leopard. A 3rd level core formation fierce beast. The expressions of some of the youths in Squad 3 went pale. These youths were only second-level core formation martial artists. Just at this moment, the four figures had already left at the first possible moment, attracting the attention of the remaining youths. It's Duan Lingtian's group. That Lo Cheng's luck is really good. He's now a friend of Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's help, this mission couldn't be any easier for him. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's discuss how we should cooperate. While the group of youths in Squad 3 were discussing, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already gone deep into the inner area of the Dawn Shroud mountain range. Lo Cheng, your luck isn't bad. You're able to hug Duan Lingtian's thigh with me. Meng Quan patted Lo Cheng's shoulder and grinned. Lo Cheng ignored Meng Quan and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he said with a serious expression, Duan Lingtian, if we encounter a clouded leopard, please don't be in a hurry to help me. I want to try it myself first. If I really encounter danger, then you can help me, okay? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lo Cheng with slight surprise before nodding. He really didn't see it. Lo Cheng, who was usually like a little girl, actually had such a strong and resolute side to him. Lo Cheng, you're really looking for trouble. With Duan Lingtian here, we don't even have to make a move. Meng Quan shook his head and laughed. Meng Quan, just based on what you said, you hunt your clouded leopard yourself. You can ask Xiao Yu to help you, but I won't help you. Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. F***K. Duan Lingtian, this joke isn't funny at all. Meng Quan was dumbstruck. He then looked at Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu turned his head and pretended not to notice his gaze. He suddenly felt that he had trapped himself in a web of his own making. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, how did you manage to be half awake? Firstly, you're not a seasoned soldier in the army who's accustomed to camping. Secondly, you're not an assassin. Thirdly, you're not an origin core expert. Do you have any secret? Obviously, Xiao Yu was very interested in Duan Lingtian's method of half-awake when he was sleeping. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have a special secret. Before today, whether it was the breathing rhythm of the running or the drilling wood to make fire, it made him realize the wonders of Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. There really isn't any secret to this. Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly. Seasoned soldier in the army who's accustomed to camping? Wasn't this the portrayal of his mercenary career in his previous life? Moreover, even if he didn't have this experience, relying on his soul that was comparable to an origin core martial artist, he could still do many things that an origin core martial artist could do, including this method of half-awake. Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of me when I sleep in the future. Remember to wake me up when ferocious beasts come. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. A wisp of a sly smile flashed past Xiao Yu's eyes. Me too. Meng Quan's eyes lit up. I want it too. Lo Cheng was slightly embarrassed. Want my ass? You want to find Meng Quan? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he glared at Lo Cheng. Don't you know that I'm not gay? Before long, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 encountered their first cloud leopard, and Lo Cheng was the one who attacked. Although Lo Cheng's cultivation of martial skills wasn't bad, he was only a second-level core formation martial artist after all, so he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position under the attacks of the cloud leopard. Whoosh! Xiao Yu's figure trembled, wanting to go help Lo Cheng. Slap! Duan Lingtian's raised hand descended, pressing down on Xiao Yu's shoulder as he lightly shook his head. No rush. Xiao Yu looked at Lo Cheng in confusion. Before long, as if he'd seen through something, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Die! Right at this moment, Lo Cheng shouted out explosively, and the origin energy on his fist instantly skyrocketed. Above him, beside the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared, the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. third level of the core formation stage. Bang! Lo Cheng's fist shattered the skull of the cloud leopard, and the cloud leopard struggled for a moment before crashing down. Huff huff huff, Lo Cheng bent over and gasped for breath as he looked at the corpse of the cloud leopard, and his face revealed an excited smile. Even this works? Meng Quan was stunned. Lo Cheng breaking through to the third level of the core formation stage meant that he was going to be at the bottom of their group of 4. Meng Quan, didn't you want to spar with me? Lo Cheng looked at Meng Quan and grinned. F***K off. Meng Quan glared at Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng, don't be complacent. Once I break through to the third level of the core formation stage, I'll definitely beat the crap out of you. I really don't know what kind of dog you stole. Shit luck, you can even break through like this. In the end, Meng Quan was speechless. Meng Quan, why don't I help you get rid of your clouded leopard? There's no need to trouble you. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Don't, I still need to rely on it to break through. Meng Quan hurriedly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, since Lo Cheng was able to break through while fighting the cloud leopard, then he should be able to as well. However, he was bound to be disappointed. In the end, it was still Xiao Yu who helped him that he successfully hunted a cloud leopard. Searching for 4 cloud leopards took Duan Lingtian's group of 4 an entire morning. It's already noon, let's go hunt another 2 fierce beasts for lunch. After completing the mission, Meng Quan's mood was extremely good. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 agreed. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, waves of deafening roars sounded out from afar. What accompanied it was the shaking of the ground. Looks like fierce beasts know that we're hungry and delivered themselves to us. Meng Quan rubbed his palms together as he waited for the arrival of his prey. However, his expression quickly changed. The expressions of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 changed as well. Flaming Tiger, a 4th level core formation fierce beast. My god, there are 7 of them. Luo Cheng sucked in a breath of cold air. You guys take the cloud leopard and return first. Duan Lingtian made a prompt decision. What about you? Meng Quan's expression changed. I'll lure them away. Otherwise, when they pounce on me together, I won't have the time to take care of all of you. Hurry up and leave. Duan Lingtian's expression was serious. How could a 4th level core formation fierce beast appear here? Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as he was slightly unable to understand. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Hurry up and return. Duan Lingtian urged once more. Duan Lingtian, you must be careful. Let's go. Xiao Yu nodded as he realized the seriousness of the matter. He received the cloud leopard that Duan Lingtian passed over and called out to Meng Quan and Lo Cheng to leave together. If they stayed now, they would only be a burden. Duan Lingtian, we'll wait for you to return. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng glanced at Duan Lingtian's figure before gritting their teeth and leaving with Xiao Yu. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength today. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he gazed at the distant 7 enormous tigers that seemed to be covered in flames and silently waited for their arrival. If he was only an ordinary 4th level core formation martial artist, he would only be able to lure these flaming tigers away. But he wasn't. If he used his full strength, his strength would be comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. Flaming Tiger, a 4th level core formation fierce beast. Its entire body was covered in crimson red fur. When it moved, it was like balls of rising flames, and it was precisely because of this that it got its name. The 7 flaming tigers arrived near Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. They roared and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The sound of air being torn apart exploded out as the 7 flaming tigers approached menacingly. Above each of them, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. A total of 42 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed over. Bring it on. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Since he grasped the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, he had never fought to his heart's content. Today was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Although it was only a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, relying on the strength of one more ancient mammoth than these 7 flaming tigers, Duan Lingtian's speed still completely surpassed these flaming tigers. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he brushed past a flaming tiger that was approaching menacingly, circled around to its back, and sat on it. Roar! The flaming tiger was enraged. It swayed its body, wanting to throw off Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian sat on its back as steady as Mount Tai, not moving in the slightest. Don't worry, even if you don't let me go down, I still want to go down. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he pressed his hand on the sword hilt at his waist and drew the violet myrtle flexible sword. Whoosh! The sword flashed out, exploding with the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Without using any sword skills, it directly pierced into the flaming tiger's enormous head. Poochie! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The flaming tiger let out a mournful low roar as its enormous body fell down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped on the flaming tiger's back and borrowed the force to jump onto the backs of the other 6 flaming tigers. Relying on his extraordinary speed and strength, he killed these flaming tigers one by one. All 7 flaming tigers had fallen. Clang! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as he sheathed the violet myrtle flexible sword. The fur and parts on these flaming tigers are all worth quite a bit of money. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as the violet myrtle flexible sword was once again unsheathed, forcefully tearing off the fur and parts on the bodies of the 7 flaming tigers and putting them away into his spatial ring. Presently, Duan Lingtian was wearing the spatial ring left behind by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. This spatial ring was much better than the one he obtained from Aqua Mist City's He Clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao, and the space within it was a few times larger. It was a grade 6 spirit weapon spatial ring. As for He Zhu Dao's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian left it behind for Kerr. After all, during the 1 year he was gone, Kerr had to replace him and continue cooperating with Tang Ying to buy and sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If he had a spatial ring, it would be more convenient for him to keep the silver. Humph! Consider yourself unlucky. After glancing at the mangled corpses of the 7 flaming tigers, Duan Lingtian prepared to return. Spatial ring. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. Whoosh! A figure flew down from the side of the mountain range and landed before Duan Lingtian. It's him. Duan Lingtian's face sank. The person standing before him was none other than one of the 2 centurions that spoke up for Duan Lingtian after Yu Xiang lost the bet with Duan Lingtian last night. If he remembered correctly, this centurion ought to be the instructor of Squad 1. But, why would he be here? Chapter 109. Lord Centurion, why are you here? Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he asked calmly. What do you think? The centurion's gaze went slightly cold as he replied with a question. Could it be that those 7 flaming tigers were drawn over by you, Lord Centurion? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. According to common sense, it was impossible for a fierce beast at the 4th level of the core formation stage or above to appear in the area he was at. Even if it did appear, it would at most be 1 or 2. But earlier, 7 4th-level core formation flaming tigers appeared at the same time, and coupled with the timely appearance of this centurion, it was difficult for him to not connect the 2 together. You're very smart. The centurion looked at Duan Lingtian. I originally thought that 7 flaming tigers were enough to tear you apart. But I never imagined that you actually concealed your strength during the Genius Camp test. You're actually a 5th-level core formation martial artist. 5th-level core formation martial artist. It wasn't much. But if the prefix, not yet 17 years old, was added on top of this, then it was terrifying. A 5th-level core formation martial artist below the age of 17, such a monster had never appeared in the past few hundred years of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's history. Lord Centurion, I feel that I have no enmity with you, but I wonder why you want to harm me? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. Although he had a guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. Ha! Duan Lingtian, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for showing off too much. If it wasn't for you causing Yu Hong to lose his position as Centurion, Yu Hong wouldn't have targeted you, nor would he have instructed me to kill you during the Genius Camp training. In the eyes of this Centurion, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man, so he didn't have any misgivings. Yu Hong. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. It really was him. Yu Hong, Yu Xiang's older brother. I have to say, your natural talent shocked even me. Maybe if you were given another 2 years, even I wouldn't be a match for you. But unfortunately, today, you're going to lose your life here. Killing intent shot out from the Centurion's eyes. Origin energy suffused his hands. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. This Centurion was an 8th-level core formation martial artist. Wait! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he shouted in a low voice. What? Do you have any last words? The Centurion asked calmly. If you let me go, I will give you 1 million taels of silver. How about it? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. 1 million taels of silver. I have to say, it's indeed very tempting. However, if I'm not wrong, the 1 million taels of silver you're talking about should be kept in your spatial ring, right? As long as I kill you, your storage ring will be mine, not to mention the 1 million taels of silver. A sinister smile appeared on the Centurion's face, as if Duan Lingtian's storage ring was already his. Originally, I only wanted to do Yu Hong a favor and expel the 7 flaming tigers here to let them kill you. But I never imagined that you actually concealed your strength, and even killed 7 flaming tigers. What made me even more surprised was that you actually possessed a precious item like the spatial ring. As he finished speaking, the Centurion's face was filled with killing intent. As far as he was concerned, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian would belong to him. So, you've become greedy, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked indifferently. So what if I am? The Centurion sneered. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. I'll kill you right now and take your spatial ring. You're so confident that you can kill me? Duan Lingtian started laughing. The Centurion's heart jerked when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. After observing the surroundings for a while and not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. Duan Lingtian, stop trying to be mysterious. Today, you're dead for sure. Unless you have the strength to surpass me. But, this is impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the Centurion moved. Whoosh! He pulled out a string of afterimages as he flashed out, directly flashing towards Duan Lingtian. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed like the wind. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he moved to greet the Centurion. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His figure flashed out, as if transforming into a nimble and agile spirit serpent. Sword Drawing Arts. The violet sword light was like the tongue of a venomous snake as it flashed towards the Centurion that was approaching menacingly. In that instant, above Duan Lingtian, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. You actually concealed your strength? The Centurion's figure shook as he easily dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike and dodged to the side as he stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths, this was the symbol of a 6th-level core formation martial artist. Wait! Before long, his gaze descended onto the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and he exclaimed in surprise. Spirit weapon. You actually have a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon that's able to give you the strength of an ancient mammoth should be a grade 8 spirit weapon, right? The greed in the centurion's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would bring him so many surprises. First, it was the spatial ring, then the grade 8 spirit weapon. If he was able to obtain a grade 8 spirit weapon, then even a 9th level core formation martial artist wouldn't be a match for him. This Duan Lingtian was simply a treasure trove. Your eyesight isn't bad. Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian, relying on a spirit weapon, your strength is comparable to a 6th level core formation martial artist. But in front of me, it's not enough. Die. The centurion's figure shook as he moved once more. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and seize everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian. Bang. The centurion struck out like a bolt of lightning, slapping his palm towards Duan Lingtian, and the wind from his palm caused Duan Lingtian's violet clothes to flutter. Is that so? A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Instantly, his origin energy fused into the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword and activated the blood crescent inscription inscribed within, OM. A crimson-red crescent moon accompanied Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword as it flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and as if it had eyes, it met the centurion's palm strike head-on. Chi! Fresh blood spurted out as the centurion's palm was sliced into two by the crescent moon. Ah! The centurion's shrill cry had just sounded out when it came to an abrupt stop in an instant. Because after the crescent moon sliced off his palm, it didn't lose momentum and directly pierced through his chest, spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, dodging the centurion's inertia as it flashed over. The centurion's eyes stared wide open as he followed the momentum and flew out. His eyes flickered with a sheen of disbelief. Perhaps, even until his death, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such a terrifying ability. Bang! The centurion's corpse fell to the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground, dazzling and resplendent. Humph! I gave you 1 million silver out of goodwill, and you didn't want it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to waste the blood crescent inscription, I wouldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. He coldly swept his gaze over the centurion's corpse and searched his body for a while, but only found a few thousand silver. You're really a poor bastard. After cursing, Duan Lingtian put away the silver into his spatial ring. A strand of alchemy fire lit up in his palm, and he threw it at the centurion's corpse. Wah! In an instant, the centurion's corpse was burned to ashes. Not even ashes were left. The materials in my spatial ring are only enough to inscribe 2 more blood crescent inscriptions. I didn't expect that a lousy centurion would waste one of my blood crescent inscriptions. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. When he thought of what happened just now, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. In his opinion, the materials required to inscribe 1 blood crescent inscription were worth at least 500,000 silver. Killing that centurion only gave him a few thousand silver. Without a doubt, this was a business that would incur huge losses. With his current situation, no matter how much money he had, it would be difficult for him to obtain the materials for the blood crescent inscription. Now, the number of blood crescent inscriptions decreased with each use. This was also the reason why he would rather give the centurion 1 million taels of silver than waste the inscription of blood crescent. Forget it, I'll take one step at a time. I'll first inscribe a new, blood crescent inscription, on the crepe myrtle flexible sword before returning. What was done could not be undone, so Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian found a remote place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a pile of materials and started inscribing the blood crescent inscription. The sun was setting in the west, and evening was coming. The resting place of Little Team 3 of the Genius Barracks. Why isn't Duan Lingtian back yet? After waiting for a long time and not seeing Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu's expression turned ugly. Yeah, it's already been so long. Logically speaking, even if he lured away those flaming tigers, he should have returned by now. Meng Quan frowned, extremely puzzled. Could something have happened to him? Lo Cheng had a face full of worry. Don't jinx it. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both glared at Lo Cheng. But within their eyes, there was still an additional trace of worry. If something really happened to Duan Lingtian, they would never be able to live in peace for the rest of their lives. After all, Duan Lingtian did it all to save them, or else, with Duan Lingtian's strength, wanting to escape from the pursuit of 7 flaming tigers wasn't a difficult matter. Before long, the other youths of Little Team 3 had returned as well. The 15 youths had joined forces to sweep the area for an entire day, and had hunted enough cloud leopards to complete their mission. Is everyone here? Fan Jian's expression was cold as ice. Where's Duan Lingtian? Fan Jian's gaze swept past the 18 people present before finally looking at Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng. Instructor, we went to hunt cloud leopards with Duan Lingtian and encountered 7 flaming tigers on the way. He asked us to bring the cloud leopards back first, and then he went to lure away those flaming tigers. Lo Cheng slowly said. Flaming tigers? Fan Jian's gaze focused. You guys are too bold, actually daring to enter deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. We didn't go deep, we just wandered around the area where 3rd-level core formation fierce beasts roamed. Who knew that 7 flaming tigers would suddenly appear? Xiao Yu frowned. Impossible. Fan Jian asserted. Flaming tigers have a strong sense of territory and wouldn't easily leave their own territory. Maybe someone alarmed the flaming tigers. Meng Quan's expression wasn't too good as he guessed. Alright, since Duan Lingtian's cloud leopards have been brought back, then the mission can be considered to have been completed. Tonight, your food will be these cloud leopards. After Fan Jian gave the order, he sat at the side and started roasting his prey. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng hadn't eaten for an entire day and were already hungry, but at this moment, they didn't make any movements as they didn't have any appetite. Chapter 110. Nearby, the other youths of Squad 3 gathered together and started a fire by drilling wood. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, we'd probably only be able to eat raw meat now. Unfortunately, he's probably doomed this time. Yanhu is a 4th-level core formation fierce beast, and any one of them has strength that isn't inferior to Duan Lingtian. Some of the youths didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to return. They all felt that Duan Lingtian ought to have been killed by Yanhu. All of you used the method Duan Lingtian taught you to start a fire, and even cursed Duan Lingtian behind his back. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Meng Quan's face sank when he heard the discussion of the group of youths, and he shouted. We're only speaking the truth, what are you so agitated for? Since you're so agitated, why did you abandon Duan Lingtian and run back by yourself this afternoon? Coward! A youth sneered. What did you say? Meng Quan's eyes were crimson red as he abruptly stood up, intending to attack. Right at this moment. Meng Quan, what are you doing? So agitated. Duan Lingtian had just returned when he saw the scene of Meng Quan getting angry for him, and his heart felt warm. Duan Lingtian, you've returned. Lo Cheng had an excited expression. What, could it be that you hoped that I was eaten by those Yanhu? Duan Lingtian joked. Of course not. Lo Cheng hurriedly shook his head. It's good that you're back. Xiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian return. Lo Cheng, go gather some dry wood. Xiao Yu, let's deal with these clouded leopards together. Duan Lingtian, you've been busy all day, rest a bit more and wait for food. Meng Quan delegated the tasks. He noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression seemed to be slightly exhausted. Then I'll have to properly enjoy myself. Duan Lingtian smiled. It just so happened that inscribing the blood crescent inscription consumed quite a bit of his mental strength. Now, he could finally rest. Under Xiao Yu and the other two's efforts, the bonfire was quickly lit, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Duan Lingtian, are those flaming tigers hard to deal with? I actually chased you for the whole afternoon and made you so tired. Meng Quan asked as he roasted the meat. Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Don't mention it. I lured those flaming tigers away not long after all of you left. I was unlucky as well, as the direction I lured the flaming tigers away just happened to be towards the depths of the Dawnshroud mountain range. In the end, I was chased by a spiky mink for an entire afternoon and was almost unable to return. Duan Lingtian said as he lay on the ground, closed his eyes comfortably and crossed his legs. Naturally, he would not reveal the truth. He casually found an excuse. Spiky mink. The expressions of Xiao Yu and the other twos changed. The nearby group of youths also changed their expressions one after another. Even Squad 3's instructor, Fan Jian, couldn't help but be moved. The spiky mink was a 5th-level core formation fierce beast. Because of its small size, it had an advantage and could be considered to be one of the best amongst 5th-level core formation fierce beasts, especially the spiky mink's speed, which was swift like lightning. It was even comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist who had cultivated a high-grade profound rank movement technique to the perfection stage. You were actually able to escape from the spiky mink? Meng Quan fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Including instructor Fan Jian, the other 15 youths all listened attentively. Obviously, they all wanted to know how Duan Lingtian escaped from the spiky mink's hands. As far as they were concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level core formation martial artist? My luck was good. That spiky mink's leg seemed to be injured, and its speed was only equal to mine. Otherwise, I would have lost my life in this Dawnshroud mountain range. Duan Lingtian had an expression of lingering fear. Then you're really lucky. Xiao Yu and the other two heaved a sigh of relief, feeling happy for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. The other youths of Squad 3 came to a sudden understanding when they heard this. In this way, everything smoothly came to a conclusion. Compared to the tranquility of Squad 3, Team 1 was in a complete mess. Why? Squad 1's instructor vanished into thin air. Where's the instructor? The group of youths in Squad 1 looked at each other. Could it be that this is training as well? Many people guessed. Su Li, what do you think? Some of the youths looked at the red-clothed youth, Su Li, who stood at the side. Su Li's expression was cold as he hugged a sheathed sword. Now that he heard the questions of the group of youths, he coolly shook his head. I don't know. Looks like this should be one of the contents of the Genius Camp's training. The instructor's sudden departure also means that our training has officially begun. An azure-clothed youth proudly raised his head with an expression that seemed to say, I guessed it long ago. What do you mean? The other youths asked, puzzled. You guys still can't tell? The instructor didn't go missing, he intentionally hid himself. He intentionally let us go because he wanted to see if we could survive independently in the wilderness. The azure-clothed youth spoke as if it was true. TCH, that's only your own guess. Some of the youths didn't mind. What? You don't agree with me? Could it be that you think an instructor as strong as us would go missing in the Dawnshroud mountain range? The azure-clothed youth grunted as he replied with a question. It's impossible for the instructor to go missing. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke. The Iron Blood Army Centurions are all martial artists at the 8th level of the core formation stage or above. Did you hear what Su Li said? We didn't go missing, but an 8th level core formation martial artist went missing? What a joke. The azure-clothed youth laughed complacently. Looks like the instructor's departure might really be the content of our upcoming training. I hope he returns soon. I'm slightly scared that the instructor isn't here. One of the youths said with slight fear. While the youths in Squad 1 were terrified, Duan Lingtian was eating meat with large bites. He completely threw the matter of him killing the instructor of Squad 1 to the back of his mind. In the following 2 months, The group of youths in Squad 3 had to face a few waves of fierce beast packs that attacked them every night. They went out to complete missions during the day. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. There were only 3 days left of the 3 months of training. At this moment, only 11 people remained in Squad 3's group of youths, including Duan Lingtian's group of 4. There was still one more person to be eliminated. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 got along just like before. Although the other 7 youths had always cooperated, they'd already started to suspect each other at this moment. They all knew that the next person to be eliminated would surely be one of them. They're probably going to fight amongst themselves. Meng Quan glanced at the 7 youths in the distance and laughed. Meng Quan, from your tone, it seems like you're taking pleasure in their misfortune. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Of course, when they eliminate one more person, we'll be able to leave this damned place. Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. His powerful soul faintly sensed something. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed as well. His intuition had sensed danger. What's wrong? Meng Quan and Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian in puzzlement. Boom! Boom! Duan Lingtian didn't even have time to open his mouth. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The earth quaked, accompanied by strange beast roars, transmitted from the depths of the setting sun mountain range. Soon, a group of fierce beasts appeared in front of everyone. Not good, it's a beast tide. Fan Jian's expression changed greatly. His body moved, transforming into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the setting sun mountain range and shouted, "Run!" Since the instructor had fled, Duan Lingtian and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. Wind blew under his feet as his origin energy skyrocketed. Spirit Serpent Body Technique. He took the lead and followed behind Fan Jian. However, Fan Jian ran with all his strength and quickly left Duan Lingtian far behind. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and escaped from the setting sun mountain range without any mishap. Huff huff huff, besides Duan Lingtian who was calm and composed, and Xiao Yu whose breathing was slightly hurried, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng both bent down and heavily gasped for breath. Luckily, I broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage half a month ago. Otherwise, I might not have been able to keep my life. Recalling the scene from before, Meng Quan had a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, another 4 youths came out from Squad 3. The 4 youths had one thing in common. They were all 3rd level core formation martial artists. As for the last 2 people, they were only 2nd level core formation martial artists and had already been left behind in the setting sun mountain range forever. Of the 11 youths in Squad 3, only 9 remained. If we were any slower, we'd all have to stay inside. Supposedly, in this kind of beast tide, the ones leading the way at the front are only low-level fierce beasts, and a group of strong fierce beasts follow behind. There's no lack of origin core stage existences. Xiao Yu had a face full of fear. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, several figures dashed out from the setting sun mountain range. The 3 people in the lead were the other 3 centurions. Behind them followed a group of youths in a sorry state, Yu Xiang and Tian who were among them. There weren't many youths left in Squad 2, Squad 4, and Squad 5. Not more than 10 youths from each squad survived. Squad 5 was the most miserable, with only 4 people remaining. Where's Squad 1? After the 4 centurions gathered together, they noticed that there wasn't any movement within the setting sun mountain range for a long time, and they looked at each other in dismay. Squad 1, Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. Squad 1 wouldn't still be in the setting sun mountain range, right? Didn't their instructor disappear 3 months ago? Setting sun mountain range, Squad 1's resting place. Facing the beast tide that surged over. Not good, It's a beast tide. The group of youths' faces went pale. The first round of training ends in 3 days. It's slightly strange that a beast tide would appear at this time. Could it be that the instructor who hid himself for 3 months intentionally attracted the beast tide? Is he going to eliminate 3 more people from the 13 of us? That should be the case. Then are we still fleeing? Since it's a beast tide attracted by the instructor, there shouldn't be any powerful beasts. Let's just kill them. That's right, if we flee, it's very likely that we'll be eliminated. Charge! Groups of youths, full of heroism, charged into the surging beast tide and began to fight. Su Li also joined in. 1 sword for 1 beast, it was extremely easy. Roar! Suddenly, a strange beast roar entered Su Li's ears, causing his face to go pale. Whoosh! Su Li didn't dare to hesitate. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the setting sun mountain range. At the same time, he caught his breath and reminded them. Chapter 111. At the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range. The instructors of the 4 squads and the youths that were lucky enough to survive were waiting there. Someone's coming out. It was unknown who said this, but everyone's gazes shot towards the distance. Su Li. Duan Lingtian recognized the red-robed youth that was holding a sword as he ran out. It was precisely Su Li, the strongest member of Squad 1 of the Genius Camp. Squad 1 actually didn't leave the Dawnshroud mountain range. Didn't they notice that their instructor had disappeared? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He found it difficult to understand. Originally, as far as he was concerned, since the instructor of the squad had died in his hands due to greed, the squad would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and they would surely leave the Dawnshroud mountain range at the first possible moment to notify Captain Yang De about the instructor's disappearance. But, based on the current situation, it seemed to be completely different from what he imagined. Huff huff huff, after Su Li came out, he was gasping for breath, and his expression was as unsightly as it could be. Su Li, what's going on? Where's the instructor of Squad 1 and the others? Fan Jian and the other 4 centurions walked up and asked. Instructor. Su Li's face sank, and a trace of hatred flashed past his eyes. We haven't seen him since nearly 3 months ago, and we don't know where he went. As for the others, because of that bullshit instructor's negligence, none of them were able to escape. Bullshit instructor. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Su Li. If that centurion knew that he was still being scolded after his death, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. What actually happened? The expressions of the 4 centurions slightly changed. On the 2nd day after we entered the Dawnshroud mountain range, the instructor asked us to hunt fierce beasts and complete the mission. At dusk, everyone in Squad 1 returned, but only the instructor wasn't there. As he spoke up to hear, Su Li's face was filled with hatred. Why didn't you leave the Dawnshroud mountain range when you didn't see the instructor? Fan Jian was slightly puzzled. Leave the Dawnshroud mountain range? Would we dare? At that time, everyone thought that the instructor's departure was to intentionally conceal himself. Everyone thought that it was a part of the training, so our group stayed there for nearly 3 months. Until this morning, 7 people died, and only 13 remained. Su Li took a deep breath. The expressions of the 4 centurions became slightly serious. He realized that the situation was unusual. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance. When he heard Su Li's words, his expression became somewhat unnatural. Just now, when the beast tide arrived, our squad thought it was the instructor driving the beast tide away. Everyone fought with all their might to resist the beast tide. Until the appearance of the 7th level core formation fierce beast, the Thunder Lion. If I hadn't heard the Thunder Lion's voice and reacted immediately, I wouldn't be standing here now. As he spoke, the cold light in Su Li's eyes grew even colder. All of this is the fault of our team's instructor, Bai Feng. Whoosh! Su Li's voice was not soft, and almost all the youths present heard it, causing an uproar. That works too. Team 1 was obviously tricked by their instructor. What a scam. Motherf asterisk cur, luckily I didn't choose Team 1 back then. Otherwise, I would definitely have died in there. F asterisk ck. At that time, I was already in Su Li's group, but I was pushed aside and could only go to Tian Hu's group. Now that I think about it, I really want to thank that brother for saving my life. Brother, if I'm still alive after the Genius Camp training, I'll definitely burn some paper money for you. At that time, I only went to Yu Xiang's group because Su Li's group was full of people. Now that I think about it, it was really too close. Some of the youths had a lingering fear in their hearts as they secretly wiped off their cold sweat. Duan Lingtian, looks like our luck isn't bad. Even though the name of our squad's instructor is a bit weird, he isn't as unreliable as the instructor of Team 1. Meng Quan said to Duan Lingtian, expressing the rejoicing in his heart. Maybe. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind. If Bai Feng was really the instructor of Team 3, then he would surely flee at the first moment when encountering a beast tide. After all, Bai Feng died at his hands, and he knew that it was impossible for the beast tide to be driven away by Bai Feng. How could a dead person drive away a beast tide? He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The youths of Team 1 were too naive. Even though he was the instigator of all this. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. At that time, it was Bai Feng who was determined to kill him. If he didn't kill Bai Feng, then the one who died would be him. After killing Bai Feng, it was even more impossible for him to tell others about Bai Feng's death. Otherwise, he would definitely have endless troubles, and might even attract a calamity. From his point of view, he wasn't wrong in all this. He had a clear conscience. When did I become so sentimental? Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. Maybe even he himself didn't realize that he was no longer the killing machine of the past, and had become a person of flesh and blood. The expressions of the 4 centurions were very unsightly. After a final discussion, they decided to bring the remaining group of youths back to Iron Blood City first. This matter must be reported to the Chiliarch as soon as possible, and even to the vice commander. On the way, Meng Quan was once again counting out of boredom. Of the 5 teams, there are only 8 people left in our 3rd team, 1 in the 1st team, 7 in the 2nd team, 9 in the 4th team, and 4 in the 5th team. This is only the first round of training, and there are only 29 people left out of the 98. After Meng Quan came to this conclusion, he couldn't help but sigh. These 29 people, after 9 months, there will be less than 10 people left. Xiao Yu's eyes focused. I wonder what kind of training we will face next after this unforeseen event. Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. He believed. After this unforeseen event, the original content of the training would definitely be changed. After all, in the original plan, there would be 50 people left after the first round of training, but now, there were only 29 people left. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, and raised his head to look at a centurion in the distance. The centurion turned his head, obviously slightly lacking in confidence. This centurion was the other person who stood up for Yu Xiang after he lost the bet with Yu Xiang. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, the gaze he looked at me with just now seemed to be mixed with confusion and puzzlement. Looks like he should know about the matter of Bai Feng making a move to kill me. I hope you'll be honest, or else I don't mind killing you as well. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He wasn't worried that this person would spread the matter of Bai Feng making a move to kill him. After all, if this matter were to spread, the unlucky ones would only be them. Moreover, no one would believe that he could kill Bai Feng. Not a single member of the Yu clan actually died. Glancing at Yu Xiang and the others, Meng Quan muttered, slightly disappointed. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian and the other 29 youths of the Genius Battalion followed the 4 centurions back to the Iron Blood Army's campsite. I'll go inform the Chiliarch. On the drill grounds, Fan Jian said something to the other 3 centurions, and then left in large strides. Very quickly, Fan Jian returned by himself. The Chiliarch has ordered that the 29 people of the Genius Battalion will be temporarily placed in the reserve tent. The reserve tent couldn't be considered spacious, and there were a total of 4 simple wooden beds. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were placed in the same tent. I can finally have a good night's sleep. Meng Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the bed. He flew up and his entire body fell over. Duan Lingtian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Bang! Meng Quan's body fell down, and the bedboard shattered. F***K. Meng Quan stood up and patted off the dust on his body. Looking at the shattered bedboard, he was dumbstruck. Ha ha ha. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but laugh loudly. Meng Quan's gaze focused on Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng, the 2 of us are good friends. You won't deny this, right? Of course I won't deny it. Lo Cheng nodded in all seriousness. If a good friend is in trouble, shouldn't you draw your sword and help him without hesitation? Meng Quan asked again. Of course. However, if you want me to sleep on your broken bed, then don't talk about it. As Lo Cheng spoke, he lightly lay down on the other wooden bed and let out a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to provoke Meng Quan. So comfortable. You. Meng Quan was anxious and anxious. His gaze immediately shifted to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. Oh, just nice to rest for a while. Duan Lingtian yawned and pretended not to see it, directly lying down. What, Meng Quan, do you want to snatch it from me? Xiao Yu looked at Meng Quan with a fake smile. Meng Quan was about to cry. He had already slept on the floor in the setting sun mountain range for nearly 3 months. Now that he finally had a decent bed to sleep on, it was ruined by him in a moment of excitement. Could it be that he was born to sleep on the floor? Iron Blood Army's camp, in an inconspicuous corner. Fang Chun, what's actually going on? Why did Bai Feng suddenly disappear? Yu Hong looked at the young man before him and frowned. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. This Fang Chun was one of the 2 centurions who wanted to help Yu Xiang renege on the bet he had with Yu Xiang in the past after Yu Xiang lost the bet. I don't know either. However, I keep having the feeling that this matter is related to that Duan Lingtian. Fang Chun shook his head as he added. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that a 4th-level core formation martial artist like him could kill Bai Feng? Yu Hong frowned. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that it's possible that Bai Feng encountered a formidable fierce beast during the process of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and was killed by the fierce beast. After all, the beast tied in the setting sun mountain range this time has obviously been brewing for a long time. Perhaps Bai Feng was unlucky and just happened to be affected. Fang Chun spoke of the guess in his heart. If it's really like this, then that Duan Lingtian is too lucky. Yu Hong's face sank. Missing the opportunity of the Genius Camp's first round of training, it won't be easy to find an opportunity to make a move in the future. Yu Hong. Fang Chun glanced at Yu Hong and was slightly hesitant to speak. What? Is there something else? Yu Hong was puzzled. Fang Chun, when did you become so hesitant? With our friendship, feel free to speak your mind. Yu Hong, 3 months ago, that Duan Lingtian and your brother, Yu Xiang, made a bet. Fang Chun spoke of the bet between Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. At that time, that Duan Lingtian forced the captain into a difficult position with just a few words, and he could only let your brother fulfill the bet. Let my brother strip naked and run 10 laps in front of over 100 people. Yu Hong's expression was extremely unsightly, and he was extremely furious. Chapter 112. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian woke up. Glancing at Meng Quan, who was snoring loudly on the ground, he shook his head and smiled before sitting down cross-legged. He started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Concentrating his mind and calming his breathing, he circulated the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. Last night, he felt his cultivation bottleneck loosen. Now was the right time to strike while the iron was hot and break through in one go. While cultivating, Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time. After an unknown amount of time. Bang! Finally, the last profound entrance in the meridians within his body was finally broken through by Duan Lingtian. In almost an instant, the origin energy within his Dantian underwent a transformation. He broke through. Duan Lingtian joyfully opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within them. Breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage meant that he could temper his fleshly body a step further. Currently, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he could still display the strength that he could only display by relying on a spirit weapon. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. If he used a spirit weapon, he could display the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Once he completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, his strength would be even stronger. At that time, relying on a spirit weapon, he would be able to easily display the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Moreover, it would be close to the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, completely crushing a 7th-level core formation martial artist, and slightly inferior to an 8th-level core formation martial artist. Of course, the prerequisite was that the latter didn't have a spirit weapon. Now, even if I don't use a spirit weapon, my strength is sufficient to compare with the Duan Lingxing from back then. A trace of coldness flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, that was Duan Lingxing from a year ago. The current Duan Lingxing's strength is definitely stronger, and might even have broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. As a Duan clan disciple, a spirit weapon isn't a rare thing to him. Once I complete the tempering of my body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, my strength should be slightly superior to his. At the very least, I should be able to be on par with him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. I must break through to the 4th level of the core formation stage before I enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll make that Duan Lingxing regret his actions that day. I'll make him repent in hell and vent the hatred in my heart. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a bloody, unrestrained killing intent. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a hurried voice was heard. Lo Cheng rushed in a panic. In an instant, Lo Cheng's expression froze. Affected by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, his face turned deathly pale and his entire body trembled. Only when Duan Lingtian withdrew his killing intent did he regain his breath. What? At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Meng Quan weren't here. Looks like it was getting late. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were blocked by Yu Xiang and the Yu clan members. I saw that the situation wasn't good, so I hurried back to look for you. Lo Cheng had an anxious expression as he spoke in a panic. What? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and a fierce light flashed within his eyes. That Yu Xiang, did he really think that he was easy to bully? Let's go. Duan Lingtian brought along Lo Cheng and left the tent in large strides. Iron Blood Army's campsite, an empty space at the side of the drill grounds. Many youths surrounded the area to watch the show. Within the crowd, Meng Quan was heavily injured and in an extremely sorry state. Beside him were a few steamed buns that were stained with mud and grass. This was the breakfast he brought for Duan Lingtian. Yu Xiang. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and Xiao Yu, who had a gloomy expression, moved. The strength of 4 ancient mammoths exploded out, shadowless floating light. Universe in sleeve. Xiao Yu seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, incomparably swift as he flashed directly towards Yu Xiang's location in a menacing manner. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, there's a difference of 2 ancient mammoths between us. You aren't a match for me. Yu Xiang glanced at Xiao Yu with contempt. In the next moment, he moved as well. 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Whoosh! Instantly, Yu Xiang's figure trembled, and his speed far surpassed Xiao Yu's as he circled behind Xiao Yu. Bang! His fist struck out as if it was beneath him to even use a martial skill, directly blasting Xiao Yu flying. Although Yu Xiang didn't use a martial skill, his fist contained the strength of 6 ancient mammoths after all. It easily shattered Xiao Yu's defensive chi barrier and blasted Xiao Yu flying. Xiao Yu crashed onto the ground and fainted, unable to withstand a single blow. Yu Xiang had a face full of disdain. The core formation stage was divided into 9 levels, and there were 2 watersheds. The 3rd level of the core formation stage to the 4th level of the core formation stage was a watershed. The 6th level of the core formation stage to the 7th level of the core formation stage was also a watershed. Between these 2 watersheds, there was a difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As for the other cultivation levels of the core formation stage, every level higher meant an additional strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Only these 2 watersheds were comparatively special. Xiao Yu's offensive martial skill and movement martial skill are both high-grade profound rank martial skills. Moreover, he's cultivated them to the perfection stage. His comprehension ability is shocking. But unfortunately, his cultivation is too inferior to Yu Xiang. Yeah, the difference between the 3rd level of the core formation stage and the 4th level of the core formation stage is too great. The difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is simply not on the same level. If Xiao Yu was also at the 4th level of the core formation stage, then with the strength of his offensive martial skill and movement martial skill, Yu Xiang might not be able to defeat him. The surrounding youths all sighed, feeling pity for Xiao Yu. What do you want to do? Meng Quan had just consumed the gold injury pill and his injuries had slightly recovered when he saw Yu Xiang walking towards him. Meng Quan's face couldn't help but go pale. Slap! Yu Xiang stepped on a steamed bun, flattening it and leaving his shoe print on it. Eat it! Yu Xiang looked at Meng Quan and his face revealed an evil smile. You! Don't go too far. Meng Quan's face went pale. He didn't expect that Yu Xiang would actually humiliate him like this. Some of the surrounding youths couldn't stand it any longer. But no one dared to say anything, they were all fearful of Yu Xiang. What, Meng Quan? Our Xianggu is treating you to steamed buns, and you don't even fucking want face? Do you want us to feed you? Yu Xiao brought along the other 3 Yu clan youths and walked forward, using their connections to intimidate others. Xianggu, just say the word and we'll make him eat all these steamed buns. The few Yu clan youths took 2 steps forward and flattened the other steamed buns, leaving his shoe print on them. Good, Yu Xiang smiled. However, his smile quickly froze. Good my ass. An explosive shout was accompanied by an incomparably swift figure whistling over, bringing along the force of wind and thunder. The crowd hurriedly opened up a path, and all of them stared blankly at the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the person that arrived, the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. 5th level of the core formation stage. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian. Yu Xiang's face went pale when he saw the violet-clothed youth that flashed towards him and the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. This was the first thought that emerged in his mind. Duan Lingtian had broken through. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability, and now that Duan Lingtian had the strength of an ancient mammoth, he knew his limits and knew that he was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Yu Xiang's feet moved, wanting to flee. Want to flee? Do you think you can escape? Duan Lingtian sneered. This Yu Xiang still wants to flee. In next to no time, Yu Xiang noticed that Duan Lingtian's incomparably swift figure actually strangely made a turn, like a spirit serpent that flashed and directly blocked his path. Duan Lingtian, my brother is a member of the Iron Blood Army, and is even an 8th level core formation martial artist. If you dare touch me, he won't let you off. Yu Xiang's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Even if the God of Heaven is behind you, he still won't be able to save you today. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flashed out. Whoosh! He attacked with rage, fiercely swinging out his arm like a python swinging its tail. Earlier, when Yu Xiang saw the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, fear had already arisen in his heart. Now, he only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill, bang. Instantly, his defensive chi barrier was shattered by Duan Lingtian, and his body was blasted flying over 10 meters before falling flat on his face. After continuously spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Yu Xiang caught his breath and shouted, "Go find my brother." His words were obviously spoken to Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths. After Yu Xiao and the others saw Duan Lingtian display the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, they were already terrified to the point of being terrified, and they could only look on helplessly as Yu Xiang was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, when they heard Yu Xiang's words, "Let's go!" Yu Xiao shouted in a low voice and wanted to take the others and flee, spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved and blocked their path at the first possible moment. The faces of Yu Xiao and the others went pale. Bang! Duan Lingtian swept out with his arm, carrying the force of sweeping away an army, and Yu Xiao and the others were all blasted flying. All of them were heavily injured and were unable to stand up. From the moment Duan Lingtian attacked to when Duan Lingtian defeated the 5 Yu clan youths, it was only around 10 breaths of time. At this moment, the spectating youths finally reacted. F***K. The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Abnormal. How old is he this year? Such a monstrous martial artist hasn't appeared in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? That Yu Xiang is unlucky to have offended Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan are both Duan Lingtian's friends. Duan Lingtian probably won't let this go. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiao Yu was shaken awake by Lo Cheng and consumed the gold wound pill. Duan Lingtian confiscated all the medicinal pills on the 5 Yu clan youths, causing them to be unable to consume the gold wound pill to heal their injuries. "Are you alright?" Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to pull Meng Quan up. "Luckily you came quickly, otherwise, I would have been humiliated by them." Meng Quan had a lingering fear in his heart. "Since they like these steamed buns so much, you can give them a gift in return." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "Ha! I almost forgot." Meng Quan laughed loudly as he picked up the steamed buns that were flattened and walked towards the 4 Yu clan youths, stuffing them into their mouths one by one. At this moment, he was fearless and threw the county city's Yu clan to the back of his mind. "If you dare spit it out, I'll break your teeth," Duan Lingtian coldly said when he noticed that the 4 Yu clan youths were slightly uncooperative. Instantly, the 4 of them trembled, their faces filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation as they swallowed the steamed buns that were flattened by themselves. The spectating group of youths were dumbstruck. Suddenly, a slightly thin youth turned around and left. Chapter 113. Meng Quan, there's still a steamed bun. Don't waste it. Duan Lingtian looked at the steamed bun that had been trampled into mud and smiled indifferently. "I'll do it." Before Meng Quan could react, Xiao Yu, who had already recovered a little, picked up the mud-like steamed bun and walked towards Yu Xiang. "Xiao Yu, you dare. I'll make you die without a burial ground." Yu Xiang's pupils constricted as he roared. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Xiao Yu sneered as he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Xiang's hair and pulled upwards. "You're courting death." Yu Xiang raised his hand and wanted to make a move on Xiao Yu. Slap! Duan Lingtian had been staring at Yu Xiang. Now that he saw Yu Xiang make a move, his figure moved and grabbed Yu Xiang's hand. "Yu Xiang, if you don't cooperate, I'll immediately break your arm. If you break your arm, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the genius camp's training." Duan Ling Tian. Yu Xiang gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. He was furious to the extreme. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to make any more moves. He didn't doubt that Duan Ling Tian would dare to do this. What a joke! How could a person who dared to be impudent in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice-commander be a coward? He forcefully swallowed the anger that filled his chest and swore in his heart that he would make Duan Ling Tian pay back 1,000-fold. Eat. A trace of coldness flashed past Xiao Yu's eyes. He lifted Yu Xiang's hair with one hand and stuffed the steamed bun that was covered with mud, grass, and shoe prints into Yu Xiang's mouth with the other hand. Slap. Xiao Yu raised his hand and slapped Yu Xiang's back. Instantly, Yu Xiang swallowed the entire steamed bun. Ugh, Yu Xiang felt a wave of nausea, but he couldn't vomit. His expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Yu stood up and looked down at Yu Xiang with a cold glint in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had lost so much face in front of so many people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of the county city's Yu clan, he would have already killed Yu Xiang. Pa! 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 Meng Quan followed the same pattern, slapping his four palms on the backs of Yu Xiao and the other Yu family youths, making them swallow the steamed buns that they had flattened themselves. The crowd of onlookers was dead silent. They all felt their scalps go numb. Duan Ling Tian and the other two were too domineering. However, they had the capital to be domineering. Duan Ling Tian. A furious shout came from afar, getting closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look, and he saw a young general that he'd never seen before flashing over from afar with a speed like a bolt of lightning. When the general flew close to the crowd and stood in front of him, he guessed the identity of the general. The appearance of this person was somewhat similar to Yu Xiang. His identity was on the verge of being revealed: Yu Hong. Yu Hong glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of anger. After making Yu Xiang and the others consume the gold injury pill, he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian once again, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Brother, Duan Ling Tian made us eat steamed buns that were covered in mud and grass. Yu Xiang roared in anger. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten. Those steamed buns were even flattened by themselves. What? Yu Hong's expression changed greatly, as if he had transformed into an angry King Kong. He stared straight at Duan Ling Tian and said in a stern voice, Duan Ling Tian, you actually dare to humiliate my Yu clan like this, humiliate my Yu clan like this. Today, I, Yu Hong, will kill you for the dignity of my Yu clan and protect the dignity of my clan. Whoosh! Yu Hong moved like the wind and thunder, and his speed was so fast that it was shocking. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. This Yu Hong obviously wanted to label him as someone who had humiliated the Yu clan, then kill him. In this way, he would be able to logically escape the Iron Blood Army's punishment. This Yu Hong had sinister intentions, and was even vicious. Above Yu Hong, who was dashing towards Duan Ling Tian, the air trembled and 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, this Yu Hong was the same as Centurion Bai Feng, who died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian 3 months ago. They were both 8th level core formation martial artists. An 8th level core formation martial artist attacking in anger brought extreme pressure to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was about to suffocate. With the speed of an 8th level core formation martial artist, Duan Ling Tian was completely unable to dodge. Yu Hong, since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Duan Ling Tian's icy cold voice sounded out as if it came from an ice cave. His body moved, and the spirit serpent movement technique appeared as he directly moved to intercept Yu Hong. Sword drawing arts. Instantly, his hands swiped past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. He didn't use the strength of a spirit weapon. He only used origin energy to activate the blood crescent inscription. Shameless boasting. Yu Hong sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to intercept him, and the killing intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Before he came, he'd heard that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. From that moment on, the killing intent in his heart couldn't be contained. Now that he found an opportunity, he transformed into an emissary that protected the dignity of the Yu clan and attacked with his full strength, desiring to completely annihilate Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. As far as he was concerned. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was killed by him, the Iron Blood Army wouldn't blame him. He was doing it for the Yu clan. At this moment, he wasn't the general of the Iron Blood Army. Instead, he was a disciple that protected the dignity of the Yu clan. The surrounding spectators were practically about to suffocate. They stared fixedly at this scene. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng's faces went pale. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian could go against Yu Hong. In the sky, the difference between the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes and the 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes was so dazzling. What a pity. The surrounding group of youths sighed in their hearts. The heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. No one thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive. But in the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Just at the instant that Duan Lingtian was about to intercept Yu Hong, his legs trembled and his body slanted, brushing past Yu Hong's sleeve as he narrowly avoided Yu Hong, cutting a slightly sorry figure. OM. And just at this instant, the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed and transformed into a crimson blood moon. Like a shadow, it flashed out. No. Realizing the terrifying strength contained within this blood moon, Yu Hong's face went pale as he shouted out in alarm. He hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill. Qi. However, the blood moon easily tore apart his defensive qi barrier and entered his chest, penetrating through and bringing along a strand of fresh blood that violently spurted out. Bang! Yu Hong's body that was charging forward fiercely collided with the high platform at the side of the drill grounds. His eyes stared wide open, not moving in the slightest, not making a sound. Dead. Brother. Yu Xiang's face went pale as he cried out in grief. He rushed forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Hong's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. The other 4 Yu family youths looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a terrifying devil, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Hong's corpse, his eyes without any emotion, and were incomparably icy cold. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Ha! Duan Lingtian, good job. Meng Quan laughed loudly, the worried expression on his face vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng also heaved a sigh of relief. The surrounding group of youths were completely stupefied. Only after a long while did they regain their senses. Oh my God! What did I just see? Yu Hong is dead. I'm not dreaming, right? Ah! It hurts. Why did you pinch me? So I'm not dreaming. F***K. If you want to know if you're dreaming or not, just pinch yourself. Why did you pinch me? Right, I almost forgot, I can pinch myself. What killed Yu Hong seems to be a ring of bloodlight that flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sword. That isn't origin energy. It seems to be an inscription. If it's really an inscription, then Yu Hong is really too unlucky. Even when he died, he probably wouldn't have thought that Duan Lingtian would have an offensive inscription that was sufficient to kill him. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but he didn't investigate properly. Being so rash, it would be strange if he didn't die. The group of youths discussed animatedly. No one took pity on Yu Hong. Everyone. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and recovered. He put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and his gaze descended onto the surrounding group of youths. Instantly, the scene regained its tranquility, and everyone looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone, all of you witnessed what happened today with your own eyes. It was Yu Xiang who provoked me first, and I only gave him a small punishment. As for Yu Hong, he had killing intent towards me and intended to kill me. For the sake of self-preservation, I could only use an offensive inscription to kill him. I hope everyone can bear witness for me. Duan Lingtian thanks all of you. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands towards the group of youths. Today's matter could be big or small. He had to pave a way out for himself. Otherwise, killing a deaconess of the Iron Blood Army would cause him to bear an extremely great crime. At that time, not to mention continuing to participate in the Genius Camp training and obtaining the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, it would be hard to say if he would even be able to survive. Duan Lingtian, you can be at ease. Everything you said is true. We all saw it with our own eyes and will surely not mislead you. Exactly. Today, it was Yu Xiang who took advantage of his position to bully others. Yu Hong deserved to die. We all saw it with our own eyes, so it can't be false. For a moment, the surrounding youths all expressed their opinions. Thank you everyone. A light smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, as he firmly controlled everything in his own hands. Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother. Even if you're in the right today and the Iron Blood Army doesn't punish you, my Yu clan won't let this matter go. You must die. Yu Xiang had a sorrowful expression as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. There are many people who want me dead. I want to see if your Yu clan has the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he sneered. The news of Duan Lingtian killing Yu Hong spread throughout the Iron Blood Army's campsite in just a single morning. Everyone knew of this matter. Within a reserve tent, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Relying on an offensive inscription to kill Yu Hong, a red-clothed youth hugged a sheathed sword as his eyes emitted battle intent. I'll surely be able to step into the 5th level of the core formation stage within a month. At that time, I must find a time to spar with this Duan Lingtian. Within another tent, Duan Lingtian, I, Tian Hu, will catch up to your footsteps. The robust youth concentrated his mind and calmed his breathing as he bitterly cultivated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on his bed with his legs crossed and lightly swinging them. Duan Lingtian, when did you break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan, who didn't have a bed to sleep on, sat on the ground as he curiously looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng looked over as well. He was just about to reply. Duan Lingtian, the vice commander summons you. Chapter 114. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised when he heard the voice. He wasn't surprised that Vice Commander Qiao Qing Shan wanted to see him. No matter what, the person he killed was a member of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian, let's go testify for you. Xiao Yu's group of 3 stood up. No need. Since the Vice Commander summoned me and didn't order people to capture me, he must have already understood the ins and outs of the matter. I'll be right back. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. That's true. Xiao Yu nodded. He wasn't an impulsive person, and he was confused because he was concerned. Duan Lingtian walked out of the tent and greeted the Iron Blood Army soldier outside. Big brother, I'm Duan Lingtian. The Iron Blood Army soldier glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. This youth that was almost 17 years old was the Duan Lingtian that killed Yu Hong? He heard that the youth that killed Yu Hong had a cultivation at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Not even 17 years old, 5th level of the core formation stage, just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Under the lead of the Iron Blood Army soldier, Duan Lingtian quickly walked into Vice Commander Qiao Qing Shan's tent. However, after entering, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was no one inside. What's going on? Duan Lingtian asked the Iron Blood Army soldier that brought him over. The vice commander might have left at the last moment. Wait a moment. After obtaining a reply, Duan Lingtian started to wait, and at the same time, he started to size up Qiao Qingshan's tent. As expected of the vice commander's tent, it was 3 times the size of the reserve tent he lived in. Presently, only half of the space was revealed before his eyes, and the other half was blocked by a screen. The other half should be a place to rest. 10 minutes later. Duan Lingtian frowned. Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan asked someone to call him over, but he himself disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he sensed something. 2 sets of steady footsteps were approaching the tent he was currently in. The person on the left has steadier footsteps than the person on the right. The person on the left should be the vice commander. Could the person on the right be a Chiliarch? Duan Lingtian guessed. Whoosh! The flap of the tent was lifted by the person on the right. Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the person who lifted the curtain. He would never have thought that the person on the right, who was weaker, would actually be Qiao Qingshan. As for the other person, Duan Lingtian, have you been waiting for a long time? Qiao Qingshan laughed and walked in. He lifted the curtain and let the other person in. The person who entered was an elegant middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar had a smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lord Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed. The middle-aged scholar was stunned. Qiao Qingshan, who had just put down the curtain, was also stunned. How did you know? The middle-aged scholar, who was the commander of the Iron Blood Army, Teng Yunhai, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. To be able to make the vice commander personally lift the curtain for you and show such a respectful attitude towards you, isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian smiled. He was slightly surprised in his heart. He originally thought that with the vice commander Qiao Qingshan as an example, the commander of the Iron Blood Army would definitely be a burly man, but he didn't expect that he would be an elegant scholar with an extraordinary temperament. Just from his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was the commander of the Iron Blood Army who had bathed in blood and galloped everywhere. You being able to guess my identity shouldn't be just because of this, right? Teng Yunhai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. I still can't hide it from the commander. That's right, I heard some clues from your footsteps. I originally thought that the person walking on the left was the vice commander, and the person on the right should be a captain. Hearing this, Qiao Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. Teng Yunhai nodded and smiled. Just from the sound of our footsteps, you were able to discern the difference in our cultivation. I have to say, little guy, you're really not bad. Commander, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian moved to the side and welcomed the 2 commanders of the Iron Blood Army in. Teng Yunhai and Qiao Qingshan sat down one after the other. Duan Lingtian, since you're so good at guessing, can you guess why I'm looking for you? Qiao Qingshan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. Vice Commander shouldn't have called me here to denounce me. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Interesting. Qiao Qingshan laughed and looked at Teng Yunhai at the side. Commander, what do you think? Not bad. Teng Yunhai nodded with satisfaction. Duan Lingtian was startled, feeling as if he had been betrayed. As expected, Qiao Qingshan looked at Duan Lingtian again and slowly said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Yu Hong, and there were many witnesses. He was the one who killed you first. His death was not enough to wipe out his crimes. Vice Commander, you shouldn't have finished speaking, right? Duan Lingtian smiled and said. You're really a smart one. Since you killed Yu Hong, our Iron Blood Army won't make things difficult for you. However, Yu Hong is after all a descendant of the Yu clan of the county capital. The Yu clan isn't big, but it isn't small either. If you're willing to stay in our Iron Blood army and follow beside the commander will not only protect you and your family from being harmed by the Yu clan, but he will also nurture you to become the next commander of the Iron Blood army and lead 10,000 elite soldiers. Qiao Qingshan had an expression as if he had Duan Lingtian in his grasp. Teng Yunhai, on the other hand, noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change from beginning to end, and his heart skipped a beat. Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian smiled at Qiao Qingshan. First of all, thank you and the commander for thinking so highly of me. Secondly, I don't care about the insignificant Yu clan. Lastly, what I want to say is, my ambition isn't in the Iron Blood army, nor is it in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Qiao Qingshan was stunned, then frowned and said, Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate the Yu clan. After all, the Yu clan is a large clan in the county capital of Swallow Mountain County. The strength of their methods is far from what you can imagine. Duan Lingtian slowly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commander. However, I've already made up my mind. A man's ambition is to travel far. I believe that you will surely be able to walk out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and step onto the stage that truly belongs to you. At this moment, Teng Yunhai spoke, as if he wasn't the slightest bit angry at Duan Lingtian's refusal to stay in the Iron Blood army. Thank you, Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. Okay, you can return. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the Vice Commander will announce the training content of your genius camp. Your true training is about to begin. Teng Yunhai waved his hand. Lord Commander, Lord Vice Commander, farewell. Duan Lingtian directly left. Within the tent, Qiao Qingshan looked at Teng Yunhai with a puzzled expression. Commander, I've investigated this Duan Lingtian. His background is clean, and with his natural talent and methods, he's absolutely the best candidate to become the next commander of the Iron Blood army. Are you really going to let him off like this? Qingshan, do you think that with his reaction from before, even if we waste our breath, he will stay? Teng Yunhai asked. Qiao Qingshan went silent. Duan Lingtian's attitude from before was extremely obvious. He wasn't willing to stay in the Iron Blood army. If he doesn't stay in our Iron Blood army, even if he really obtains the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated by the Yu clan before even entering Paladin Academy. I truly can't bear to see such a genius fall just like this. Qiao Qingshan sighed. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Didn't he say earlier that he didn't place the Yu clan in his eyes? Teng Yunhai shook his head. Commander, don't tell me you didn't see that he was evading. What? Commander, you wouldn't really believe his big words, right? Qiao Qingshan had a face full of astonishment. Teng Yunhai smiled indifferently. I can see that he has a card up his sleeve. A person can lie with his mouth, but his eyes will absolutely not lie. When he mentioned the Yu clan, his eyes of contempt already told me that he really has confidence and isn't talking nonsense. Commander, how is this possible? I've already investigated his background clearly. He's a member of the Aurora City's Li family and is from a branch family of the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Qiao Qingshan didn't believe it. Then do you know who his father is? Teng Yunhai's eyes narrowed as he asked. His father? I didn't find out. Could it be that his father isn't an ordinary person? Qiao Qingshan's mind finally turned around. I have an old friend whose appearance is 60% or 70% similar to Duan Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, that old friend married a girl from a remote small family. That girl was also surnamed Li, Teng Yunhai slowly said. Who is it? Qiao Qingshan was curious. He'd followed the commander for a long time. If it was an old friend of the commander, he ought to know. Do you still remember that person from the Imperial City's Duan clan that suddenly disappeared 15 years ago? Teng Yunhai's eyes flashed. Commander, you're talking about Duan Rufeng? Qiao Qingshan's gaze focused, and in an instant, heartfelt reverence emerged. Duan Rufeng, a peerless genius whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an existence that his generation needed to look up to. After Duan Lingtian left Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan's tent, he didn't stay outside and directly returned to his own tent. Duan Lingtian, why did the Vice Commander look for you? Meng Quan's eyes emitted curiosity when he saw Duan Lingtian return. It's nothing, he just told me that the follow-up training of our genius camp will officially begin tomorrow. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke slowly. What? Meng Quan was shocked. Shoo. Be quiet. The nearby Lo Cheng said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao Yu, who was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Why is Xiao Yu cultivating in broad daylight? He's surely been provoked by Yu Xiang. Meng Quan shook his head and sighed. In Aurora City, Xiao Yu is an existence that people of the same generation look up to. This time, he was humiliated by Yu Xiang, who's the same age as him, so he naturally can't endure it. It's not strange for him to work hard because of this. Meng Quan, I noticed that you talk a lot. Suddenly, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and his cold gaze descended onto Meng Quan. Pretend I didn't say anything, pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 115. Glaring at Meng Quan, Xiao Yu didn't pay any more attention to him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, do you know what the training content is from now on? I don't know yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiao Yu nodded, then once again closed his eyes and started cultivating. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. It looked like Xiao Yu had indeed suffered a certain blow after being knocked unconscious by Yu Xiang under the gazes of everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to risk his life like this. However, he believed that Xiao Yu would be able to trample Yu Xiang beneath his feet sooner or later. The two of you should hurry up and cultivate. Be careful or you won't be able to pass the test. Duan Lingtian glanced at Meng Quan and Lo Cheng as he laughed. I'm not afraid. Don't I still have you? Meng Quan laughed. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Meng Quan. How do you know that the training starting tomorrow won't be separated? If everyone has to train separately, how can I help you? Crow's beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng spoke at the same time. It was rare for them to have such tacit understanding. The next day, early morning. The remaining 29 people of the genius camp were gathered at the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian had just arrived when he noticed two gazes that were filled with battle intent. He looked over with a glance. It was actually Su Li and Tian Hu. It looked like his actions yesterday had aroused the competitive spirit of these two. Of course, besides the gazes of Su Li and Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian also noticed a gloomy and vengeful gaze staring at him, Yu Xiang. Glancing at Yu Xiang, who was glaring at him with vengeance, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, not taking it to heart. Duan Lingtian. However, in Yu Xiang's eyes, the faint smile on Duan Lingtian's lips seemed to be a provocation. His face flushed red, and he was extremely angry. The other youths of the genius barracks looked at Duan Lingtian with slight reverence. Duan Lingtian's strength was something they could only look up to. Soon after, Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan appeared. Behind him were 4 Kiliarchs and 25 Centurions. The vast group of people faintly emitted a murderous aura from the battlefield, causing the expressions of some of the youths to change. Duan Lingtian stood in place, unmoving like a mountain. This murderous aura was child's play to him. However, at this moment, he was also a little surprised and curious. 4 Kiliarchs and 25 Centurions, what a grand display. What kind of training is next? Greetings, Deputy Commander. The group of youths of the genius barracks respectfully bowed to Qiao Qingshan. Qiao Qingshan nodded and said, congratulations on passing the first round of the genius barracks test. Although the number of people who survived was less than expected, I believe that since all of you were able to survive, you're surely elites amongst elites. For the sake of coordinating with this unforeseen event, our Iron Blood Army has temporarily changed the training content. Rather than calling the following training a test, it would be better to call it a test. Those who pass the test and survive will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Qiao Qingshan's words were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. According to what the deputy commander means, the training we're facing next is the final round of training. I can imagine that this training that's called a test will surely be extremely difficult. No matter what, I've already come this far, so I must continue to fight. Right, continue to fight. Fight for a chance to soar into the sky. The youths of the Genius Barracks felt their blood boil. Along with Qiao Qingshan waving his hand, the clamorous drill grounds quieted down. The final test will no longer be carried out by groups. Everyone will have to complete the mission given to you by the Iron Blood Army, and only those who smoothly complete the mission will be able to pass the test. Qiao Qingshan continued. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, the gazes of most of the youths lit up. Yu Shao and the other 3 Yu clan youths frowned. Crow's Beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian and once again spoke in unison. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he would really hit the nail on the head. Before long, Qiao Qingshan started to describe the rules of the test. For the sake of forbidding you all from borrowing external forces to complete the mission, our Iron Blood Army will send out 29 officers and officers to supervise you all as you carry out the test in a one-on-one manner. During the process of you completing the mission, even if you face a life-and-death situation, they won't interfere. Also, don't take any chances. The officers of the Iron Blood Army have the right to kill anyone who intends to bribe the officers of my Iron Blood Army. As Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, his tone was filled with icy coldness. The group of youths present felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit. Their expressions all became serious. They were all able to realize that the mission they were about to face wasn't simple. 29 soldiers. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept past the group of people behind Qiao Qingshan. 4 Kiliarchs and 25 centurions. The 4 Kiliarchs wouldn't be prepared just for me, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang, right? Duan Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart. Clap. Clap. Suddenly, Qiao Qingshan clapped his hands twice. Instantly, there was a burst of noise outside the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian glanced over. What he saw was a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers carrying simple tables and chairs over, distributing them to the 29 youths of the Genius Barracks. Each person received a set of tables and chairs. What's this for? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Why did they distribute the tables and chairs to them? He couldn't figure it out for a while. Sit down. Following Qiao Qingshan's order, the 29 youths including Duan Lingtian sat before the tables. Now, each of you will receive 2 pieces of paper and a pen. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, the Iron Blood Army soldiers distributed paper and pens to the group of youths. What's this for? Most of the youths had astonished expressions. Could it be that before the final training, they still had to undergo a theory test? Vice Commander, I haven't studied much and only know how to write a few words. If you want to take the theory test, I reckon I have no chance. Just at this moment, a foolish youth spoke with a red face. Instantly, many people burst into laughter. Who said I want you to take the theory test? In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. Even if you're number 1 in the theory test, what's the use? Qiao Qingshan slightly frowned. Not a theory test. Then what is it? Besides Duan Lingtian, all the youths looked at Qiao Qingshan. Only Duan Lingtian held his chin and seemed to be lost in thought. Today, I'm not distributing these papers to you for you to take the theory test, but for you to write a letter. To put it bluntly, it's a will. Qiao Qingshan spoke resolutely and powerfully. Will? Write a will. Instantly, the expressions of some of the genius camp youths changed. There were also some that didn't have much of a reaction and weren't surprised. Alright, now I'll give you 1 hour to write your will. You can write 1 or 2. After you've finished writing, fold it and write the recipient's general information. If you're unlucky enough to die, our Iron Blood Army soldiers will deliver your will to your family at the first possible moment. Qiao Qingshan indifferently spoke with a carefree expression. Some of the youths' breathing became hurried as they held onto the pen and didn't write for a long time. There were also some youths who were already writing at a high speed. Will? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Is there a need for this? In the end, Duan Lingtian simply laid on the table and slept. Qiao Qingshan had always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian not writing a will but laying on the table and sleeping, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this kid really confident, or is he arrogant and conceited? After all, amongst the 29 missions this time, the one arranged for Duan Lingtian could be said to be the most difficult. These missions were divided into 3 levels. The most difficult was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian's, and it was also decided last night. After all, Duan Lingtian was a martial artist at the 5th level of the core formation stage. He could pass a mission that was too easy even with his eyes closed. Below Duan Lingtian's mission, there were 3 missions that were more difficult, and they were respectively targeted at the other 3 youths in the genius camp. 3 4th-level core formation martial artists. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. The difficulty of the remaining 25 missions was extremely easy to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, but to the remaining 25 people, the difficulty was extremely high, and their lives could be in danger at any time. An hour passed. The Iron Blood Army soldiers collected the wills of the 28 youths. Only Duan Lingtian crumpled 2 pieces of paper into a ball and threw it to the side. At this moment, the youths present noticed that Duan Lingtian actually didn't write any wills. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you write one? Meng Quan, who sat behind Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but ask. Why should I? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Meng Quan choked. Yeah, with Duan Lingtian's ability, even Yu Hong, who was at the 8th level of the core formation stage, was killed by him. Why would he care about the following missions? Duan Lingtian's disdain was because he was confident. Meng Quan sighed in his heart. When would he have the qualifications to be so confident and even proud? Now that all of you have finished writing your wills, the mission will begin immediately. Next, all of you will follow the Iron Blood Army soldiers in front of you and leave Iron Blood City. Because the journey is long, they will tell you the specifics of the mission on the way. Qiao Qingshan's voice sounded out once more. For a moment, the 4 Kiliarchs and 25 centurions behind Qiao Qingshan walked over. Just as Duan Lingtian guessed, the 4 Kiliarchs separately walked towards him, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. The one who came before Duan Lingtian was an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Chiliarch Yang De, Lord Chiliarch. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bowed to Yang De. Let's go. Yang De returned a smile, nodded, and left in large strides. Come back alive and let's drink together. Before Duan Lingtian left, he glanced at Xiao Yu's group of 3 who were similarly leaving with a serious expression. Of course. The 3 of them nodded. The 29 Iron Blood Army generals led their men and left in batches. Duan Lingtian followed Yang De and spurred his horse out, leaving Iron Blood City. However, the direction they left towards was the official road in the east. All the way to the east. Lord Chiliarch, this seems to be the territory of the Dark Mountain Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Correct, your mission this time will be carried out in the Dark Mountain Kingdom. Yang De nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Carry out a mission in the Dark Mountain Kingdom. Chapter 116. Captain, what's my mission? After leaving Iron Blood City, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Your mission is to make the Black Armored Army of the Black Mountain Kingdom and the Lien clan turn against each other and cut off all contact. Captain Yang Da's eyes flashed as he slowly said. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For so many years, the Iron Blood Army had racked their brains for this, but to no avail. He didn't know why the commander would give this mission to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete this mission. Black Armored Army? Lien clan? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly moved. Captain, can you introduce them to me? Of course. Yang Da nodded and slowly said, if you follow this official road, you will reach the Black Armored City of the Black Cloud Kingdom. Black Armored City is similar to our Iron Blood City. The Black Armored Army is equivalent to our Iron Blood Army. As for the Lien clan, they are the strongest clan in Black Armored City and have always had a close relationship with Black Armored City. Duan Lingtian slightly nodded. Yang Da continued, the Black Armored Army is the sworn enemy of our Iron Blood Army, and was once defeated by us. Speaking up to here, Yang Da's face slightly darkened. Once? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ever since the Lien clan interfered in the dispute between our two armies, our Iron Blood Army and the Black Armored Army have always been evenly matched. It's difficult for us to be like before and break the spirit of the Black Armored Army. Yang Da was obviously somewhat angry. Generally speaking, the clans would not interfere in the confrontation between the armies of two countries. However, because the Lien clan had a close relationship with the Black Armored Army, although they didn't interfere openly, they secretly let the experts of the Lien clan infiltrate the Black Armored Army, causing the Black Armored Army's strength to increase greatly. This was the most troublesome thing for the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian frowned. Since the Lien clan made an exception and helped the Black Armored Army, the relationship between the two clans shouldn't be that simple, right? Yang Da nodded. Of course, the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander are sworn brothers. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Sir Chiliarch, if I didn't guess wrongly, your Iron Blood Army should have tried to split the Lien clan and the Black Armored Army, but have never succeeded, right? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked. Not bad. Yang Da nodded. F***CK. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse, what kind of mission is this? You want me to accomplish something that even your Iron Blood Army can't do? Sir Chiliarch, tell me honestly, do you think I can do it? Personally, I feel that the possibility of you completing this mission is very small. However, Lord Commander said that you might be a turning point for us. Yang Da took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't understand why the Lord Commander valued this youth so much. Commander? Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. The first thought in his mind was that the Iron Blood Army's commander, Teng Yunhai, was taking revenge on him, hating him for not agreeing to stay in the Iron Blood Army and stay by his side to be his successor. Can I refuse this mission? Duan Lingtian asked. The Lord Commander specially said that due to the uniqueness of this mission, you can refuse, but you will lose the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy because of this. Yang Da said. Can't I change the mission? Duan Lingtian frowned. No. Yang Da said resolutely, this is the Lord Commander's wish. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, we'll turn around and return now, and you can go home directly. Yang Da asked. Let's go take a look at the situation first. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly said. If he really couldn't complete this mission after arriving at Black Armored City, he would refuse. There was no need to risk his life for the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, after all, he would only be 17 in a few days. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Da nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you relied on the inscription on your sword to kill Yu Hong. Do you know an inscription master? I can be considered to know him. When I was young, I met an old man dressed like a beggar on the streets. I threw a steamed bun to him to eat, and he left this inscription for me. Unfortunately, I only found out later that he was an inscription master, otherwise, I would have taken him as my master. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense as he sighed with emotion. Your luck is really good. The corners of Yang Da's mouth twitched, but he didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He had also heard that inscription masters had strange temperaments and hobbies, from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City to the Crow Mountain Kingdom's Black Armor City. Duan Lingtian and Yang Da rode at full speed, yet it still took them an entire 3 months to reach their destination. Black Armored City was a city that occupied an area similar to Iron Blood City. Looking from afar, it was like a formidable fierce beast was hibernating there, and a murderous aura assaulted one's face. After entering Black Armored City, Duan Lingtian and Yang Da found an inn to stay in. You can only rely on yourself for the following matters. If you feel that you can't complete it, you can give up on this mission and will return directly. Yang Da left these words to Duan Lingtian before entering the guest room. He didn't see a shadow for a few days. During these few days, Duan Lingtian lingered in various restaurants, inquiring about the Lian clan and the Black Armored Army. Only now did he find out that not only were the Lian clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander sworn brothers, but even their sons were best friends. They usually addressed each other as brothers and were extremely close. What kind of bullshit mission is this? Duan Lingtian frowned as he prepared to take out some silver to pay the bill and leave the restaurant to find Yang Da to give up on this mission. Soon, his movements stopped. He was attracted by the discussion of the people at the table beside him. Speaking of which, the concubine that the Lian clan's young patriarch recently took in is really pretty. I only took one look and I almost lost my soul. I heard about it too. It said that he's been running to his concubine every night and doesn't even care about his wife anymore. It's really like dying under a peony flower. Even becoming a ghost would be romantic. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Maybe, this is an opportunity. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as a plan formed in his heart. During these few days, he heard that the Black Armored Army's commander's son, Tong Lin, would go to the Spring Wind restaurant in the city every 2 days to find some fun. Tong Lin was 19 years old this year. Although his natural talent was ordinary, he still had a cultivation at the 4th level of the core formation stage. It was easy to imagine how much the Black Armored Army's commander had placed his hopes on this only son of his. Deep in the night, 2 drunk figures walked out of a restaurant. Lian Ku, you've been bewitched by that concubine of yours recently and haven't gone to the Spring Wind restaurant with me for a long time. How about it? Tonight, I'll invite you to the Spring Wind restaurant to find some fun. Will you accept? Tong Lin swayed his body as he spoke. Of course, who asked you to be my brother? Tonight, I'll let that little hussy sleep alone. Let's go. Lian Ku, who was also the Lian clan's young patriarch, went to the Spring Wind restaurant with Tong Lin. In the distance, in each of the 2 corners, a figure moved and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Humph. Looks like the Lian clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander both value their sons. One is their only son, and the other is their only son. Duan Lingtian stood on the balcony of a pavilion in the Spring Wind restaurant and watched the 2 figures leave from afar. His heart moved. Young master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? A charming and gorgeous prostitute hugged Duan Lingtian from behind and blew into Duan Lingtian's ear. If it were any other time, Duan Lingtian would definitely punish such a good-looking woman for being teased like this. But right now, he had something important to do. He threw the woman 100 taels of silver note and said, I'm not in the mood tonight. Take this and buy some rouge and face powder. Thank you, young master. The woman's face bloomed into a smile and tactfully retreated, then I won't disturb young master. Soon, Duan Lingtian sneaked into a room. He hid on top of the bed. After a while, the door opened and a man and a woman walked in. "Young Master Tong, you haven't pampered me for a long time." The woman's licentious voice slowly sounded. "Good Xiao Hong, I'll properly pamper you now." The sound of clothes being taken off mixed with hurried voices sounded. Soon, Tong Lin hugged the prostitute and got on the bed. "Ah!" The prostitute immediately noticed Duan Lingtian hanging on the top of the bed like a spider. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. "Xiao Hong, I haven't come yet." "What are you screaming for?" Tong Lin didn't realize that danger was approaching and continued to make moves on the prostitute. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian made his move and knocked Tong Lin unconscious. "Spare my life, hero. Spare my life." The prostitute's face turned pale and she hurriedly begged for mercy. Swish! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stack of banknotes. He threw it at the prostitute and said indifferently, "You're a smart person. Take these banknotes and leave tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life." After speaking, Duan Lingtian carried Tong Lin and disappeared in front of the prostitute. The prostitute's face changed. She counted the banknotes in her hand and exclaimed, 100,000 taels. Even if she worked in Spring Breeze restaurant for her entire life, she wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Taking a deep breath and clenching her teeth, she made a decision. After redeeming her freedom, she would leave Black Armor City that night. It was because of this that she was able to live a peaceful life and marry an honest man. Many years later, when she had a group of children, she couldn't help but think of the purple-clothed youth that changed her life that night. After taking Tong Lin away, Duan Lingtian directly snuck into the Lien clan's residence. He knocked out Lien Ke's concubine and threw Tong Lin onto the bed. Then, he took off the clothes on both of them. "She's indeed a beauty. You got lucky." Duan Lingtian glanced at Lien Ke's concubine before his gaze fell on Tong Lin's body for a while before leaving. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, Tong Lin woke up groggily. "What's going on?" Before he had time to figure out what was going on, he felt the smooth jade body beneath him. Panting heavily, he pressed himself on top of it. Chapter 117. Spring Breeze House. In the quiet room, heavy panting sounds could be heard. The panting sounds belonged to a man and a woman. Suddenly, roar! Lien Ke let out a beast-like roar and fell on the body of the prostitute like a dead dog. Lien Ke. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into the room. "Who?" Lien Ke was so scared that his body stiffened, and the prostitute under him was also shivering. "Lien Ke, you probably still don't know that you've been sold by your brother, right?" Duan Lingtian leaned on the window and said lazily. "Who are you? What do you mean by that?" Lien Ke's face slightly froze as he slowly got off the bed and walked to the window. "Why don't you go home and take a look? Tong Lin tricked you to come to Spring Breeze House, but he went to find your concubine to have fun." Duan Lingtian left these words and directly left. He still had things to do. Buzz! Lien Ke opened the window and saw a figure disappearing into the distance. He couldn't help but frown. Taking a deep breath, he put on his clothes and went to the room next door to find Tong Lin, but he found that Tong Lin was nowhere to be found. In his heart, an ominous premonition arose. Tong Lin. Lien Ke's face slightly darkened. Although his relationship with Tong Lin wasn't bad, it wasn't to the point of wearing the same clothes and sharing the same woman. The stars were scarce in the night sky. Lien clan mansion. Lien Ke rushed in, all the way to the courtyard where the concubine lived. Not long after Lien Ke went in. At the entrance of the Lien clan mansion, 3 warhorses galloped in. A curly-bearded man wearing light armor, surrounded by 2 other generals, jumped off his warhorse and walked into the Lien clan mansion. "Commander!" When the Lien clan people saw the curly-bearded man, they hurriedly saluted. This was the commander of the Black Armored Army, an existence like the local tyrant of Black Armored City. Moreover, he was the sworn brother of the Lien clan patriarch. "Where does your young patriarch's new concubine live?" The curly-bearded man's voice was like thunder as he looked at a Lien clan disciple. The Lien clan disciple's face was deathly pale as he pointed to the north. "Lead the way." The bearded man's eyes widened as his breathing quickened slightly. He had just received news that his son had been schemed against and his life was in danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed over with 2 vice commanders. At this moment, outside a pitch-black room, a figure broke into the courtyard and kicked the door open. Bang! The door was kicked open, waking up a man and a woman in the room. "Who dares to disturb this young master's sleep?" A familiar voice sounded, causing the person who kicked the door, the Lien clan's young patriarch, Lien Ku, to tremble as if he was struck by lightning. When he lit the candle, seeing the naked man and woman on the bed, his eyes instantly turned red and he shouted, "Tong Lin, you're despicable." Tong Lin was also a little confused when he saw Lien Ku appear. Only then did he realize that he was not in Spring Wind Pavilion. Lowering his head, he saw a beautiful girl shivering in the corner of the bed. Wasn't she the new concubine that Lien Ku had recently taken in? Just now was it to gallop on this concubine? He felt his scalp go numb. What was going on? Tong Lin looked at Lien Ku in panic. "Brother, it's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't know why I was in your concubine's room." "Misunderstanding?" Lien Ku's face darkened. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Tong Lin off the bed. Bang! With a punch, Tong Lin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some broken teeth. Tong Lin was also angry. He punched Lien Ku and sent him flying. "Lien Ku, you dare hit me? Don't say that it's a misunderstanding. Even if it's not a misunderstanding, it's your honor that I slept with your woman. If it weren't for our Black Armored Army, would your Lien clan have become the #1 clan in Black Armored City?" Tong Lin's voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a frightening chill. Good. Good. Tong Lin, I'll kill you today." Lien Ku rushed forward again and fought with Tong Lin, his origin energy wreaking havoc. However, both of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine who was better, young master. Just at this moment, when Lien Ku was repelled by Tong Lin, a voice sounded. A manservant wearing the Lien clan's servant uniform walked into the room in large strides and respectfully passed the broom in his hand to Lien Ku. Lien Ku didn't think much of it. He picked up the broom, poured his origin energy into it, and smashed it towards Tong Lin. "Chi! Lien Ku, don't tell me you think you can win with a broom." Tong Lin punched towards the broom. However, before he could finish speaking, a strand of misty gray energy extended from the broom and smashed down like a 1,000-pound hammer, shaking off his fist. The terrifying energy directly smashed onto his head. Hua! Brain matter splattered all over Lien Ku's face. Lien Ku was stupefied. He looked at the broom in his hand as if he was looking at a monster. "That's an offensive inscription. Who the hell are you?" At this moment, Lien Ku seemed to have understood something and turned around. However, he discovered that the servant had disappeared without a trace. He knew that he had been tricked. All of this was a trap. Ah! Just at this moment, Lien Ku's concubine saw Tong Lin's mangled corpse. She was so frightened that she screamed and fainted. Lien Ku took a deep breath. He knew that no matter what, today's matter couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, their Lien clan would definitely incur the wrath of the Black Armored Army, and even suffer great losses. If the Black Armored Army really swept over, it wouldn't be a joke, just when he had calmed down and was preparing to secretly dispose of Tong Lin's corpse. A thunderous roar caused Lien Ku's expression to change greatly. Lien Ku couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Why would he come here? For a moment, Lian Ke felt powerless in his heart. He realized that the person who designed this trap had intentionally forced him into a dead end. Uncle Lei, listen to my explanation. Lian Ke threw away the broom in his hand that was stained with blood and looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him in panic. Lian Ke, my son only played with your concubine. You actually killed my son for a woman. Die. The curly-bearded man, who was also the commander of the black armored army, punched out with the force of wind and thunder. Brother Lei, please have mercy. Just at this moment, a figure that was like a hurricane flew over, but was stopped by two black armored army vice-commanders. Bang! The curly-bearded man angrily attacked and directly smashed Lian Ke's head. My son. The person who came was none other than the patriarch of the Lian clan. Seeing his only son being killed with his own eyes, he was enraged. He sent the two black armored army vice-commanders flying and fought with the curly-bearded man. Soon, the entire Lian clan was alarmed. No one noticed that when the Lian family estate was in a state of chaos, a Lian family servant had quietly left. Done. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out like a nimble serpent after removing his servant's outer garment, and he concealed himself at the end of the road. He knew that his mission had been successfully completed. After returning to the inn, Duan Ling Tian took a bath and sat cross-legged on the bed, using his origin energy to temper his body. Suddenly. Crackle crackle, instantly, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the transformation of his muscles and bones, as well as the completion of the final tempering of his body and vital energy. This. Duan Ling Tian had a pleasantly surprised expression, as he never expected that he would complete the tempering of his body at the third level of the core formation stage. He lightly clenched his fists. Hua! Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. And this was only the strength of Duan Ling Tian's fleshly body. Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian exerted his origin energy, another 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Presently, he was already able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. And this was under the premise that he didn't use a spirit weapon. If he used a spirit weapon, he could exert a strength close to the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. What a pleasant surprise. First I completed the mission, then my strength broke through. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Deep into the night, he fell asleep. The next day, the sound of knocking on the door disturbed Duan Lingtian's sweet dreams. After opening the door, Captain Yang De bluntly walked in, and he had a strange expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was deeply asleep. You. How did you do it? Early this morning, Yang De heard about what happened in the Lian clan last night, a major event that caused a stir in the entire Black Armor City. The 3 commanders of the Iron Armored Army were all heavily injured by the Lian clan elders. The patriarch of the Lian clan was almost killed. After repeatedly asking around, he found out the ins and outs of the matter. All of this originated from the conflict between the son of the Black Armor Army's commander and the son of the Lian clan patriarch. As far as he was concerned, there were many suspicious points. At the first possible moment, he thought of Duan Ling Tian. What do you mean, how did I do it? Duan Ling Tian yawned as he asked. Stop playing dumb. Don't tell me you don't know what happened in the Lian clan last night. Yang De jokingly scolded. So it's about this. Duan Ling Tian woke up and shook his head. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Small matter? The corner of Yang Da's mouth twitched. He wondered if the youth in front of him did it on purpose. Their Iron Blood Army had planned for many years, but they were unable to make the Lian clan and the Black Armor Army turn against each other. But now, it was done by the youth in front of him in one night. Oh right, is my mission considered completed? Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang De and asked. Completed. Yang De nodded. A trace of curiosity flashed through his eyes. How did you do it? Duan Ling Tian roughly told Yang De what happened. After Yang De finished listening, he couldn't help but be moved. He didn't expect this youth to be so scheming. Just by using one of Lian Ke's concubines, he was able to cause so much trouble. More importantly, he did the whole thing flawlessly. It could be said that not even a drop of water could leak out. Perhaps Lian Ke had some suspicions. But he didn't even have the chance to explain before he was killed by the Black Armor Army's commander who lost his beloved son. There's one thing I don't understand. Even if Lian Ke was angry, he shouldn't have killed Tong Lin for a concubine, right? Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Indeed, although he was angry, he didn't have any killing intent. Duan Lingtian nodded. How did you do it? Yang Da's face was full of expectation. It's a secret. Duan Lingtian shrugged and went to wash up and change his clothes. You.